Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this year's edition of the Film Only Film Festival. My name is Mitchell Daniels, and I am one of the jurors here for this year's festival, as well as the exhibit designer here for the Legion Experience Museum. And it gives me great pleasure and great pride to welcome you here to the festival, and of course, to introduce our host and the founder of the festival, Francesco Bori.
Hello. So I'm going to be doing a little introduction to this event, and I'll be sitting down, and obviously Teja will be sharing screen as we go through the list of films. So first of all, thank you very much for being here present. And Teja is monitoring the Zoom. So if anyone has any comments to add, you can do both that in type or vocally, just maybe raise a hand. So as we go through the films, we've got 12 films plus a trailer. There'll be a little interval in between each. So I welcome the transparency between all of us. And I know that at least one filmmaker has mentioned an interest in receiving a question. So I'll be welcoming that question. Well, I'll be asking the question and welcoming the answer at the scheduled time. So thank you very much for joining in. And if I sit down, will they see me well? Yeah. So it's a little bit dark in this room, but being located in Canada right now, we'd like to start with a land acknowledgement for Toronto. So is there a way? Yeah. So we're gonna have that land acknowledgement pasted into the chat, but I'm gonna also read it out. So we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 within the Mississaugas of the Credit. And obviously right now we are based within Toronto. So that is the land acknowledgement. I would like to also acknowledge, and I'm going to try and remember everyone's name, the teams that are involved in this hybrid event, which is, as a reminder, film festival and a small peek of the museum. When we finish the screening, we will be sharing on Zoom 2 short videos showcasing dioramas for the Legion Experience Museum, commemorating and reflecting respect and the memory of primarily World War I, World War II. So being a hybrid event, the film festival crew is essentially myself, who founded the festival. I've got judges, Mitchell Daniels, who already introduced the festival. Our Zoom host is Teja. There you go. One of the judges as well. I have another judge who is not currently present with us, Charmaine. And unfortunately, my event photographer, Ashley, contracted COVID, so is not able to be with us, but she's with us in spirit. But she's very much well, and it was yesterday her birthday, so that's tribute to her. And on the museum front, the crew is a little bit more numerous. So we started our work in July last year, and the first people to be involved were Megan King, who is actually somewhere in the background here. Leela Lengel. I know another one in Davis. Evan Ludick, who's not here as well. We have Sarah Morphy just behind me. Recent addition is Mitchell Daniels as well in the museum. Vanessa Bowen somewhere here. And later on we'll have Miriam as well, who will be joining, and she's part of the museum team. So welcome everyone. A very quick note on what Film Only Film means and what it stands for. It's I posted this on social media, but it's a little bit of a pun on cinema itself and my personal passion and respect for the celluloid medium. And I also like to acknowledge the extreme efforts of all filmmakers, especially independent filmmakers, making their works, getting them out there. All that effort, time, in most cases money, results in essentially only a film, but these films are Leviathan messages that can change people's lives in numerous ways. So we are only a film festival representing all of these efforts, all of these global efforts. And I also want to just add to that, we've been through COVID. This is our third edition. Second edition was only online on Zoom. That is available on YouTube. Filmmaking is always a struggle, especially during conflicting times. And right now, there's a very horrible conflict going on in Ukraine. One of the filmmakers who submitted is from Ukraine. So they may not be available to speak to us, but this is a full acknowledgement that we're all equal. Everyone can tell a story. Everyone is unique and individual. And this film festival is one very small attempt to hear people's voices, appreciate their diversity, appreciate their cultures, and essentially unite everyone together. So those are the efforts of the film festival. And the final two screenings of films later on today will be, in terms of theme and story, direct hybrids of cinema and conflict. And I'll present them later on. So we are going to open up we're going to start the festival by screening a 30-minute segment, which is formed of 4 short films. Again, very diverse, from different parts of the world. The 4 first short films are so diverse from Canada, from Iran, which is a sanctioned country. They face numerous difficulties in A, making films, but B, especially getting them out there and getting them seen by the people that they need to be seen by. Germany and Tasmania. So without further ado, we will begin with the first short film. It is called Fitting In, from Canada. And the runtime of this film is just under 4 minutes. And if there are anyone present in the Zoom feed who has been a part of this film, you do not have to say anything, but if you would like to, you're welcome to raise a hand, and I can obviously ask a question, but if there's something you want to volunteer, you're welcome to do that. So without further ado, here the film festival starts.
You'll never be good enough. You're wasting your time. Just get up and leave. You'll never amount to anything better than ensemble. Why aren't you getting up? Just get up. You can't compete with Alicia looking like this. You should have dressed nicer. You're so stupid.
My mom bought me this watch yesterday, and look how loose this strap is. Like,
oh my god. You should just,
Can you do exercises for your wrist?
Yeah.
No, that's stupid.
I did a ballet intensive yesterday. I heard that there might be some in the next show.
oh my gosh, you're Nora, right?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, I'm Penny. I saw you last year in Singing in the Rain. You were so good.
Thanks.
She doesn't mean that. She's just being nice.
Penny, we're ready for you.
Coming. I'll get your Insta after.
Oh no. She's gonna see all your pics. Just delete it quick before she...
Nora, did you bring a bodysuit? I heard the pink ladies are wearing crop tops. But my mom won't even let me show my midriff, so I'll probably
They're all
lose it
looking
by
at
first
you.
rehearsal.
You stupid...
Are you cold? You're wearing 3 sweaters.
Yeah. How you
You're
expect them
pathetic.
to measure you with all the baggy
You
clothes?
dumb...
Measure? Yeah. This year, all our costumes are custom. We're basically famous.
Nora, you're next. Oh, and you can leave your jacket right there. Okay. Nora, you can stand right there.
You're not good enough. You're not gonna get anywhere. You can't even put a shirt on right.
And your waist.
You can't act.
Except being a
You
pink
can't
lady.
sing. You can't dance.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
The yellow one?
I told you you couldn't do this. What are you think you're doing here when Alicia's here? We both know that she's gonna get the part.
What are you even doing here with a dumb?
I told you could do this. Aren't you so excited to wear a crop top and show off your fat stomach? So much easier if you look like someone else.
I hate you.
Were
I hate
someone
you.
else.
I hate you.
Nora, are you okay? Nora? Nora, we're coming in.
I'm sorry.
What happened? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just...
Needed a break. I get it.
I don't get it. How did you know?
I don't mean to sound like a bitch, but no one actually likes Diet Coke. Unless you have a bad taste in soda. Or
Or you wear big dresses to hide your big legs.
Or you wear long sleeves in the summer so people don't see her.
We all got our shit to deal with. Sometimes we just need our friends to help us out.
yeah, if you ever need someone to talk to other than the voices in your head, you got me.
And me.
And me.
Pink ladies gotta stick together.
Now, shall we get something to eat?
We shall.
Wait.
What's wrong with Diet Coke?
Do they have a monitor? Hello. I think you're muted.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Are you the director of Fitting In?
I'm the producer and the editor for Fitting In. Sydney is.
Very welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you in here. Thank you so much for the film. I found it touching. This is probably at least the second time I've seen it, and I find it very warmly emotional. Obviously, none of you have received your reviews yet. Everyone will receive reviews after the festival has happened. And it got a lot of appreciation from the combination of judges. And I think the question that I would like to put forth to you is, you submitted under two different categories. And it interests me how and where you think the story kind of portrays those two. So I think it was both LGBT and Indigenous Canadian. So if you wouldn't mind letting us into your kind of to that side of the making of. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, of course. So Cindy Cannell, our director, she co-wrote this with me, and herself being a member of both those communities felt that this was a very universal story, a universal feeling that really affects all those kinds of individuals and even people outside of that realm. As a female filmmaker, she was really proud to tell this kind of story, and she was really proud to include, these are her acting students that she got involved in this project. So she was very proud to include them all as well. And as you can see, it's a very diverse array of young women, and so this was a story that they were all very excited to get behind, and we're glad that we got selected for this festival to be presented on. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm just going to add a quick additional question, which is, from what you just said, I almost assume that maybe the majority of the cast are not trained actors and they're relatively young. So how was the process from the more experienced crew side dealing with maybe slightly less experienced performers?
This was in terms of the crew, the crew was a crew of 3 individuals. It was myself, a friend of mine who was our production designer, and then Cindy herself, who was our director. This was part of an entry that we put together for a 48-hour film fest, and we were just so proud of it that we had to just show it to more and more festivals. Her students themselves, you're right, where they're not like well-experienced actors. However, Sydney does such an amazing job with them, and her own experience, she's got her own features out there and her own shorts too. And so she applies a lot of those lessons and really grinds through these students, these teachings, and they've come a long way. So being there on set with these girls was quite an eye-opener to see just how how mature and how professional they all really were. So it was a lot of fun.
Well, I think the result is outstanding, but especially, you know, the fact they say 48 hours. For those who don't know, 48 hours is the amount of time that you have to conceive and deliver a film.
Apart from the
quite
poster, apart from the poster and the editing, which we did ourselves, like the girls tried to do as much as they could themselves, because not only was it a class on acting, but they also wanted to learn film production stuff as well. So
there you go.
Music was composed, and they helped with set dressing, they helped with grip stuff, and behind the camera things. It was a great learning experience for them, and we're very proud of the work they've done.
Well, I think, you know, we're very proud to showcase it as part of our screening, and thank you so much. I think it's you know, hopefully it'll make an even more bigger impact to the communities around the world, but it's already made a big difference to us. So thank you so much for submitting this. And yeah, folks, another little round of applause for this. For putting in. There you go. Thank you very much also for joining us on Zoom Live here. Much appreciated.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So we now continue. Our number 2 film is from Iran. This is one of the films that faced particular sanction issues. It's a very short film. It's 2 minutes, and it does not have any audio. So let's enjoy Black Telephone Darker. If we don't have anyone in, I'm just going to say a very brief couple of words about my reasoning for selecting the film, that anyone from the film will hear back when this video is playable. I found this film very touching in an abstract way. It was shot during pandemic times, and it demonstrates one's confusion about identity, confusions about where life is going and what one can do in it and those around you. And I find that it's very easy to get carried away with story, with dialogue, and with visuals. And if you just go and revert that and take the core of simplicities, sometimes you can have a very, very powerful outcome. And I think with very few means, a layered piece of work has come out of this with a lot of story and a lot of messages. And it actually encouraged me in numerous psychological ways. When I watched that, I felt much better at the end of it. So if anyone representing this film hears this, those are some of the reasons we chose to select it, and you'll obviously get your reviews coming through by email after the festival. Thank you very much for submitting it and giving us something so thoughtful and so nice to enjoy. So yes, I think we'll at this point carry on with the next short. The next short is called Distortion. I will not attempt to pronounce the German version of that title for obvious reasons, but Distortion is the English version. It is from Germany, and it is one of the things I like about this film is it's shot on celluloid film, and it was made by a few students who have a particular vision of the future. So Distortion is a 7-minute film, and that is what we're going to play now. Samuel or anyone is anyone there for distortion? Doesn't matter. Am I muted or am I?
Yeah.
I'm on. So if no one is present live for distortion, a couple of words about the film is that first of all, I really appreciate anything made on celluloid, and incidentally, this year we only received one film, Distortion, shot on celluloid. So that is very significant, and I like how daringly, a very young bunch of filmmakers get out and construct something. Editing and shooting on celluloid is not easy. Processing film is not easy. So anyone with a vision who gets out and does that, I think it's a remarkable accomplishment. So thank you for submitting. Obviously, there would have been questions had you been live with us, but in this occasion, thank you for contributing this film and giving us your little insight into a bleak reality. But it is what it is, and in film it came out very, very nicely. So thank you very much for your contribution. Moving on to a very special short film. I think I like to respect filmmakers of all ages, but very young filmmakers get, I think, special mention. So Breakdown is incidentally a 13-minute short film directed by a 13-year-old director from Tasmania. So when I first saw that submission come through, I thought this could be anything. And it's actually very thoughtful, very cleverly made within very limited means. So I really appreciated the opportunity to watch this and to digest it and to review it. So without further ado, from Tasmania, Breakdown, 13 minutes long.
Do you think Mr. Dustin's gonna wear his safari hat again?
Didn't he lose in the campfire last time?
Oh. I wonder how long it's gonna be before she gets back.
Well, we're in the middle of nowhere, and that car was heading to the nearest servo, so that would make for quite a drive, don't you think? Finding all that middle of nowhere reception?
At least I'm trying.
Easy, Dave. You're not going to send Carl on me, are you?
Do you remember what to do when you see a snake?
Stomp and don't make any sudden movements. Definitely don't throw rocks at it, like Denny from Kim. What if something happens?
What?
What if something happens?
Like what?
Bushfire? Wild hunting dogs? Hunters?
We'll use the phone.
What, the one with no reception? Why didn't your mum think of this?
I don't know, maybe she has other things on her mind.
Other than 2 kids, one her son, and in the middle of nowhere, with no reception and no one around.
Well, what dangers can you think of?
Well, bushfires, hunting dogs gone wild, hunters, and what if a snake bites you?
I don't know.
I don't know if you noticed, but there aren't many hospitals around here.
I didn't think of that. What if an animal bites you?
Oh yeah, one of those bloodthirsty carnivorous wallabies. Or one of those Tassie devils that only eat dead animals.
Alright, I get it. No to be sarcastic, I was just saying.
What a real issue is jack jumpers. Their sting isn't nothing.
I just wish you could call her. See where she is. Maybe she's on her way back already.
She just left. She's probably not going to be back for an hour at least.
What's that sound?
It's the wind, it happens. Why are you so afraid of nature anyway? Oh.
What?
You don't have Carl to protect you.
You know what? I've just about had it with you.
Excuse me?
Being stuck out here in the middle of nowhere with you, it's like entering the 7th circle of hell.
You are sick of being with me.
Yes, this entire last term, you've just ignored me. Whenever I talk to you in the halls, you just walk right past. What the hell is wrong with you, Ben?
What's wrong with me? Something's wrong with you if you join Carl.
And what the hell is wrong with Carl?
What's wrong with Carl? The entire school hates him because he picks on the little kids. I can't believe you picked him over me.
I didn't pick him over you. What, am I not permitted to have other friends now?
None of they're jerks like Carl.
Well, I'm beginning to think that having you as my best friend was a really bad idea. What gives you the right to insult Carl, you backstabber?
Well, that's risk coming from you. You're the backstabber.
Well, I have news for you. From now on, consider our friendship over.
That's fine, you jackass.
Jackass!
Yes, jackass, you ignorant, self-centered, pudding-headed moron!
Pudding-headed? Okay, I'm just gonna eat.
What do you have?
My mum's idea of bread. I call it the rocks.
Why's that?
1, because I can't bite through it. And 2, when I do bite through it, that's what it tastes like. What about you?
My dad likes spaghetti. Spaghetti for lunch, spaghetti for dinner, sometimes even spaghetti for breakfast. So I have spaghetti.
Wow. Want to trade?
You're joking.
What, you like spaghetti?
Well, I don't, but after your description of your mum's rocks, I think I'll have spaghetti.
No. I made it sound worse than it is.
Too late.
Uh-oh. Not hungry anyway.
This is bad.
What?
Canned spaghetti.
So?
No can opener.
Oh. Do you want to bash it against a rock or something?
Yeah, then you can put on a leopard skin and I'll call you Ugg.
Yeah, okay.
We're saved!
What?
Chips!
Yes!
Yeah!
You know, I guess Carl is a bit of a jerk. It's just, when I was hanging out with you, I don't know, I just felt like an outcast, I don't know. When Carl came along, he just seemed to be the kid with most attention.
It's alright. I mean, it isn't, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. You want to hang out after school?
Doing what?
This?
Nothing.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Okay.
You know, I bet I can throw rocks further than you can.
You're kidding. And you're on. You're gonna get so lost.
I am not.
All right. So do we have anyone representing Breakdown? If we don't, I understand time zones are different, and I will give a couple of words about it. But I don't see any hands up. How remarkable. If anyone does come in while I'm talking about for the film, just raise a hand or interrupt me. Nevertheless, I'm just going to say that this is the second time I watched this film, and I enjoyed it the first time, but I guess I laughed even more this second time. I think it's just a very clever little film. It's funny, and it doesn't really matter what resolution you're using, what technology you're using. It's about the story, and it's about the camaraderie that you find with either friends, family, so forth. And I'm sure that it took quite some work to get this done. Retrospectively, my main question about it is, for any young filmmaker, what is the main thing you learned from this that you take ahead? This looks like the very beginning of a fruitful career in storytelling and maybe filmmaking. You've always got to start somewhere. You always learn from things from the first time you do something. So if anyone is watching this, even if it's not live, and you want to email through answers to what did you learn from the process of making this film, I would welcome that at any time. But I think it goes without saying that everyone has enjoyed it thoroughly. It's made me laugh out loud during the screening now, second time I watch it. So congratulations for being 13 years old and making a 13-minute out of that, which I actually think was quite a good film. So well done. So if there's no one in there to speak about the film right now, that's absolutely fine. Thank you so much for submitting it and contributing so valuably to this film festival. So yeah, that brings it to the end of the first 30-minute segment of the film festival, to which I am happy to have a 10-minute interval before the second 30-minute schedule of this film festival. So thank you everyone so far for joining in and enjoying the first 4 films. And obviously, if there are any questions that come through, I can take them at any time. If not, it's precisely local time 10 to 1 p.m. and we will begin the screening of a film called South at 1 p.m. So thank you all. Welcome back to Film Only Film. It's now 1 p.m. so we're again already ahead of schedule, and we will begin the second 30-minute schedule of short films. And the one that we are going to begin with is a 13-minute short film called South. It's a lovely, lovely, intimate documentary. So again, if anyone representing the film comes into tunes into Zoom, feel free to raise a digital hand, and Teja will see that, and then we can have a little conversation about that in 13 minutes. So without further ado, the next film is South from the USA.
He has some special ability to read and simplify characteristics. He nails it.
South was this gigantic baby, and obviously I'd loved sports growing up, and you're ready for your kid to outdo you in sports. They're gonna all these fun things.
We kept going back to the doctor like he's not talking. And he was probably 3. He would sing though. He would sing jingles from different commercials.
South was our first child, so we don't know what anything is even going on. We just know that when we go out and eat and other people go out and eat, they could bring their children and get through a meal. We couldn't.
We took him to the Tulsa Zoo. That night, we were just like hell-bent we were not gonna eat fast food. And all the kid would eat was chicken nuggets.
And we went to a Carrabba's grill. We ordered our food, and then here comes the meltdown.
And this little waitress came by and said, "Does he want some pizza dough?"
And tosses it on the table, and it was the first quiet meal in a restaurant. He just went to work.
He made me like the little McDonald's arches, and he'd start going, ba-ba-ba, because he loved McDonald's. And so that's all he did from that point going forward.
I think of all the things we expected at the time, we didn't expect to hear the word autism.
I think that I sort of submerged myself in getting busy to fix him. You know, it took me a while to get to, number one, this isn't fixable. Number two, this isn't really a problem, you know? This is really a gift. The lab started out on the kitchen table. It started getting taller and taller and taller until it started going into the kitchen, and like we didn't have room for the coffee maker.
Really, this would have, I guess, been the dining room for us. So yeah, he got first dibs at where his lab would be.
Like if a friend came over and they saw that stuff and they were all like, what is this? And I was like, y'all don't have anything like this.
We have a fun little life. Lexi has autism. Katie just takes care of everybody. Missy keeps it all glued together. And our little family this is what we know.
The last time I was here, I realized for the first time how much of the work in the lab is connected into one unit.
And there's tunnels and there's villages and it's truly like a living, breathing thing to us.
When you're on the spectrum, you see different things in people's faces. You rely on different cues to identify people.
The color side of it is very interesting to watch him develop the colors. He'll grab two colors, mix them together, and kneads it, and bam, you have the perfect color.
He uses a product called Model Magic.
Ask Missy how many boxes of modeling clay she thinks she's bought through the years.
I would say we probably buy 4 or 5 of those a month.
Yeah, that's the main expense.
If you want to see South in a situation that's not good, let him run out of clay and you can't find any.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really, really bad.
And let me tell you, on a regular Saturday or Sunday, he goes in there at 9 or 10 o'clock, turns on that lamp, and he doesn't come out of there except to eat. And 9 o'clock, turns that little lamp off, and the lab is closed. Hey, South, if one is missing, do you think you would know?
I would know.
He didn't, for the longest time, want anybody to come in and see the lab.
So even my parents, if they wanted one, or if I wanted one, he would sooner crush it and destroy it, and would, just wham.
My grandpa took Smokey the bear, and I knew immediately.
I think he almost considered in his mind they were his children.
If you're not familiar with South, then it's really impressive to see how quickly he can create a cartoon character and do it so accurately. But because as a teacher, I know he's already so comfortable with that, I really cheer him on for going beyond his comfort zone. The other challenge, though, is how to talk about it. Remember these, though? We talked about how you could make it, that word, translucent.
What?
Come on, we worked on this. You know the word. Translucent.
I don't want to say it.
I'm hopeful that his comfort using verbal language we'll kind of expand more into talking about artwork.
Miss Conway also told me about some people can't act like punks if it's too hard.
South, has she ever told you were being a punk?
Well, well, not all the time. Fine, I'll say.
Well,
Or just translucent.
it's a good word. That's the power of vocabulary. You know, when you have a new concept, you're able to think new ideas.
Some of the challenges that we've had is, you know, as you're managing a couple of kids with disabilities and expenses that come with that, it's making sure that we're always finding a way to pay for art lessons. And there's all kinds of therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and South has done just all of that growing up, but art therapy is not available in Arkansas, and this has truly been therapy.
Morning, South.
Oh, hello.
I work with South on Saturday mornings. We develop claymation projects, animation projects. What about when the shark knocked on the door and said,
Yeah, that was
the delivery guy?
Yes.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
It took 2 or 3 years to even get to where he was comfortable with the creative process. Let's talk about what's going to happen first. And then probably another 2 or 3 years before he would even let anybody in the room when we were being creative. We'll have to kind of...
Have to what?
Be creative. Let's have the shark. So we got to know each other, and I started seeing the creativity coming out in him, and he got more free. Hey, South.
Yeah?
Why don't you dig in that box and see if you can find our door?
I think I might have thrown that door away. I have a giant mess in this box.
I've seen him become a lot more confident.
Watching him over the years and peeking over his shoulder, you could see if he was upset, this, that, and the other. He works things out through these cartoons.
Show me your mountain moves.
I'm a beautiful butterfly.
I'm a beautiful butterfly. Near, far, near.
Once he realized, okay, this is something really unique that I can do, you're only going to get real joy if you share that.
Okay.
I told South, I want you to make a sculpture for anybody who has made your year easier. I thought I just kind of left it there.
He made a portrait of the whole family and all of his friends.
That, like, clicked.
He sees that people enjoy getting them.
These are my sculptures from South.
These are all the sculptures he's made me.
This Clifford one is my very favorite one.
He brought me the leg lamp from A Christmas Story.
My favorite sculptures that he has ever given me are the Snoopy and Woodstock sculptures.
My Clarice and Rudolph.
My college mascot.
My little Arkansas Razorback.
Over the years, I've gained quite a collection.
I have so many, I have to have an assistant up in here.
He gets a lot of joy by sharing his art with people.
You know, he remembers people's birthday and makes them little gifts.
My self-portrait, which I absolutely love. Thanks, South. You're the best.
If I had to pick my favorite sculpture, I would say it's the UCA bear. It just fits so well in the dorm room, and whenever I see it, I know I'll be reminded of South.
He gains more and more followers every day, and people are so thrilled to see his creations and to win one.
All my friends supported on me on their Instagram stories.
During the pandemic, he put something on Instagram one day. It was like, I'm really lonely. Would any of my friends want to FaceTime me today? And immediately, like 20 kids were like, I'll do it.
I love South so flippin' much, and I am so grateful to have a friend like him.
We've known South for about 13 years now, and it's been such a pleasure to get to know him as an artist and as a really great friend.
I have absolutely loved being very good friends with South for a very long time. He sends me jokes almost every day.
South is an absolute amazing talent and a great guy.
You're a wonderful talent, and we love you.
From your aunt and uncle.
I can't wait till one day I can say I knew South Walker.
And he's amazing and really talented, and he's going to be amazing at whatever he chooses to do.
Say after school, that's something I think about, like, where's he gonna go after that?
I'm not moving to California or Hollywood. I don't want to be far away from home.
I'd never seen anybody get so emotional about graduating from high school, and it was really touching to see how connected he felt to his community at school. And yeah, we talked about how we're gonna be friends forever.
With autism, you want to find what are we going to be successful at, and how do you, once you find what that piece is, and if there's even a shot that art and music might be a piece of that, then you go for it. If we got to buy a whole bunch of clay, we're going to buy a whole bunch of clay.
For me, it's like, well, I mean, there are artists working all over the world, and all they do is share their art with the world, and they get paid. So you can make a little money, you can make a lot of money. That part really doesn't matter. It's sharing your gift.
All right, here we are back. So I'm wondering if there's anyone in representing South, and if there are not, that is absolutely fine. Thank you to the whole cast and crew for making this film, hopefully breaking stigmas and offering us this really interesting visual insight. If any of the team want to reach out to us afterwards, my main question really is how this is just one small segment of South's journey, and I'm wondering, where is he now, where is he at now, and how has this film affected the community? Are there more stigmas being broken? Has this raised additional awareness that that has encouraged further creativity or further actions? I know that there's a link to support, which I encourage anyone to go on to. But it really is a personal journey, and only those who are directly involved can actually, share what the impact is like. So once again, in absence of anyone being live to speak about it, thank you very much for submitting this really powerful documentary. And I repeat, if anyone wants to answer those questions I posed, I welcome even answers on social media. But thank you very much for sharing this really special insight with us. So there you go. We will move on. The next very, very short film is called Deep Breath 299.00 in brackets F84.0. And for anyone listening in, the explanation to that title comes in the very first few seconds of the film. It's a very short film. I personally think it's too short. That's one of my main criticisms, as you lot will know when you receive your review. But short is sometimes short but sweet. This film is definitely very touching and very sweet. So that is the next screening for 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Can you mute 1 second?
A ver. Muy bien. Bravo. When you wake up in the morning at 6:15, you brush your teeth, chick, 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 chick. You brush your teeth, chick, 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 chick. ¡Bravo! ¡Agua! Bien. La carita.
Right, so I know that you might be watching, but you don't want to take any questions. I understand that. So my observation is that it's a very cleverly thought out film with a very clever title, I must say. And just something to throw your way in terms of if you wanted to reach out on social media, not in a live event circumstances. This film is set in Peru, South America, and it's possibly the only film well, it's the only film I've received from that part of the world, but it's the only film on the autism topic. And the question that really comes out to me is, what is the stigma level like down there? Is it something? Is it perceived as very strange, or is it more widely accepted within certain communities? So I totally accept that you're not available to be live and answer that question, but that's just something for you to think about. Other than that, short is sweet is always, I think, one of the best ways to tell a story and make a film. And the two of you are just absolutely fantastic in this film, and it's our privilege to be able to share it and to watch it with you. So thank you very much for contributing this film, and feel free to reach out separately whenever you like. So thank you. Nice little applause, guys. So the last film of the second slot is Overload, from the UK, but I'm not sure if yeah, we'll just we'll watch it, and then if you're available to answer questions, this could be a very interesting abstract film to ask questions about. 13 minutes from the UK. Overload. Hello, hello, hello again. So this was made by Dimitri. Is there anyone from the film that is willing to speak? If not, I will just give a couple of words. And this is our last film before another little interval. So I don't think I don't see any hands up. I found this riveting, rather kind of hypnotic, as we were just sharing in this room. Very, very powerful. And if you ever want to kind of reach out to us, I think my question is, was the making of this film not hypnotic, cathartic in any way? Did it alleviate some of the struggles in terms of dealing with overloads? What was the process like, and so forth? So if you feel like reaching out to us at any other point with answers to those questions, it would be appreciated. But I think we all feel a bit dazed now in this room. So I think we're going to bring in our next interval right now, and then we'll reconnect in about approximately 10 minutes or so. So thank you everyone for joining in, and we'll be offline for the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello, folks. Welcome back to the festival, Film Festival. We are just about to go into the third of 4 sections of short film screenings. And the next film is called Unnecessary Things. It's a 14-minute animation from Ukraine. So we will pose any questions if any of the crew are with us, but if they're not, we completely understand. So yes, the next thing will be Unnecessary Things, and we'll see you shortly after.
Крамниця непотрібних речей. В п'ятницю він увійшов у крамницю непотрібних речей. Він вірив, що по п'ятницях йому щастить. Зараз четвер. Тоді була п'ятниця, а зараз четвер. 5 годин 27 хвилин.
Не розумію.
Ви бачили все, що бачив я. Всі записи. Будинок весь в камерах.
Коли ви купили цей будинок? Мені просто цікаво, навіщо? Вам наче будинки не потрібні.
Виходить, мені подобається купляти непотрібні речі. Законом це не заборонено.
Немає ніякої логіки. Навіщо він це зробив? Який сенс?
Не знаю. Люди іноді роблять нелогічні вчинки. Вже 27 хвилин. 27 хвилин, як вони задають мені питання. Питання, які вже не мають ніякого сенсу. Я розумію, це їх робота. У кожного своя робота.
Якщо пригадаєте щось про вашого друга, щось важливе, сповістіть нас.
Я не можу згадати нічого, крім того, що у мене зафіксовано тут. Я робот. Я збрехав їм. Я сказав, що Роб був мені другом, але я їм збрехав. Я купив його в крамниці непотрібних речей. Це те, про що я їм не сказав. Я часто міркую, чому я зробив це. Чому я тоді зупинився? Він сидів у вітрині і читав газету, а поруч стояла табличка з написом «Продається». Чому я тоді зупинився?
Вітаю. Хочете купити? Гарна копія. Пес-робот.
Там у вас...
А, ні. То живий, справжній.
Я бачу, що ви продаєтесь.
Саме так.
Вперше таке бачу.
Я теж.
Це якось дивно.
Дивно? Навпаки. Я старіший, роботи немає, сім'ї теж. Я нікому не потрібен. Ось і подумав, а якщо себе продати? Раптом комусь треба саме такий непотріб, як я. Мені здалося це хорошою ідеєю. І законом це не заборонено.
Я робот 233А334С. Можна просто Роб.
А я Роберт. Теж можна просто Роб.
Роб, що буде, якщо я вас куплю?
Ну, у вас буде своя людина, Роб. А я матиму їжу, свій куток, розваги. Натомість ви отримаєте все, що отримують від домашніх улюбленців. Мою вірність. Вдома на вас завжди чекатиме інший Роб. Це зовсім інше життя. Нове життя.
Нове життя. Воно почалось з того, що...
Який сьогодні день?
П'ятниця.
Це мій день. Зазвичай по п'ятницях мені щастить.
Нове життя почалося з того, що я дізнався, як доглядати за людиною. Людину не можна годувати раз чи двічі на день. Людина потребує триразового харчування. Людина потребує ігор та розваг. Гра допомагає налагодити контакт з вашим підопічним. Особливо на початковому етапі. З роботи я поспішав додому, щоб мій Роб без мене не нудьгував. Сьогодні я прочитав все про бейсбол. В спілкуванні з людиною важливо знайти спільні інтереси. До другого пункту я б ще відніс деякі бажання, що виникають раптово.
Отже, починаємо нове життя. Так, де в тебе пилосос?
Такі, наприклад, як бажання навести лад. Одяг забули тобі купити. Людина залежна від кліматичних умов, тож потребує одягу. До того ж є думка, що за одягом можна зрозуміти місце людини в суспільстві. Це ж твій старий костюм.
Ну, я до нього звик.
Вигулювати людину нескладно. Роберт або гуляв сам, або ми гуляли разом. Часом Роберт навіть зустрічав мене з роботи. Я ніколи не питав його, що він робив до зустрічі зі мною. Навіщо? Мені вистачило, що Роб подарував мені те, чого я ніколи не мав – сім'ю та можливість піклування про когось. У мене навіть з'явився справжній день народження.
Роб, мій любий Роб, ти не уявляєш, який я вдячний тобі, що ти купив мене в ту п'ятницю. Та головний мій подарунок буде завтра. Завтра я подарую тобі океан.
Вибач, мабуть, я не зрозумів тебе. Звісно, я вдячний, але ж океан не можна нікому подарувати.
Завтра. Завтра. Ось. Ось.
Здається, я зрозумів, що ти мав на увазі.
Роб, зараз я скажу щось важливе. Щойно ти зробив нелогічний вчинок.
Сьогодні я зробив нелогічний вчинок. І мені це подобається.
Кайф. Розумієш, Робе, є речі, які здатна зрозуміти лише людина.
Я чув про людей, які ображені на роботів через втрату роботи. Ці люди мстяться роботам. Роб, мовчи, не розмовляй з ними. Ви порушуєте закон. Ви повинні негайно покинути цей будинок. Моя людина, мій Роб, спробував їх спинити. Він зробив 2 кроки в їхній бік. 2,5 секунди. Робу було вже не допомогти. Куля увійшла в ліве око і прошила голову наскрізь.
Не розумію.
Ви все бачили. Все, що бачив я. Всі записи.
Навіщо він це зробив? Він же знав, що вам нічого не загрожувало.
Люди інколи роблять нелогічні вчинки.
Стоп! Він знав, що у вас є резервна копія?
Ми не говорили про це.
Виходить, не знав. Він кинувся рятувати це опудало, не знаючи, що в нього є копія.
Не тільки в мене. У кожного робота є резервна копія. Її завжди можна відновити.
Звісно. Звісно.
Я хочу його забрати. Моя людина загинула, рятуючи мене. Я зроблю його копію.
Навіщо?
Я його посаджу біля вікна. Він буде сидіти біля вікна, як в ту п'ятницю. З газетою.
Це заборонено.
Тоді що не заборонено?
Кремація.
У вас залишиться маленька приваблива урна з прахом.
Вранці я вийшов на роботу. Немає сенсу в траурі, коли всі знають. Роботи не сумують. Прощавай, Роб. Ти був прекрасним домашнім улюбленцем. Тямущим, слухняним. Ти був мені потрібен. Сьогодні я звільнився з корпорації. Сьогодні п'ятниця. Завтра буде субота, а сьогодні п'ятниця. І я подумав, сьогодні мені пощастить.
Якийсь він дивний.
Я завжди казав, що роботам немає віри.
Ну, не всі роботи однакові. Хоча, ти, звісно, правий.
Hello again. Thank you very much, team, for submitting this film. I don't think you are live with us, and we completely understand. My comment is that when looking into an uncertain future, this is one, very interesting far future, almost Orwellian, although the culture is different, story. And I think it touches lots of people in very much the same way, because we all need, some sense of support, whether it be technology or human. So it's almost like a reversal of roles. But it's something I could spend a whole day discussing with you folks, which is not what we're going to do right now. We appreciate the situation as it is in Ukraine to a degree, and we hope things get better for you folks soon. We're very happy to be able to include this film into the festival. So at any point in the future when you're able to, we'll welcome you to reach through to us. We enjoyed your work, and we hope to be able to reach out to you as soon as possible. So yeah, we just hope that things go as well as possible in the next few moments of our lives. But thank you again very much, and one more round of applause. So, moving on in the schedule, we have a couple of documentaries. The first one in order is from the US. The title is a bit of a tongue twister because I can't really always say it the right way, so you folks will probably correct me. Experience the Adirondacks. Now, I'm not sure if I said that right, and if I did, there you go. It's a lovely 16-minute documentary that'll hopefully inspire everyone that watches it, and the quality is outstanding. So we will touch base in 16 minutes. Thank you, folks.
Opportunity, by definition, is a set of circumstances that makes it possible to do something. And when opportunities are realized, we find growth. And when we find growth, we find purpose. And through purpose, we're truly able to experience a life worth living. The more I've worked with individuals with exceptionalities, the more I've seen that if they're challenged and put through obstacles, they grow so much. There's so many things that maybe they struggle with that we take for granted, and it just humbles you, but in such a good way.
All right, so we're gonna do 10 box jumps. Okay, coaches. 3, 2, 1, and go. Nice. 3 more for me, guys.
My name's Chase Petty. I am the founder of Adventure for All, and what we do is we just instill purpose into individuals with exceptionalities. And I think that it starts with challenging them and obstacles and creating opportunities for them to show that to us and the world.
So I'm gonna set you guys up. You're gonna sit here on the ground, okay? You're gonna reach forward, you're gonna pull, and then reach. And go. 1.
Adventures require a lot of physical and mental toughness. So what we did is we created adventure workshops that allowed us to reverse engineer a lot of the movements and exercises they would be taking on the adventure to prepare them for the obstacles and challenges ahead.
The idea of adventure provides an avenue for them to explore life without holding our hands, and for them to walk their own paths and to create experiences for themselves that aren't driven and initiated by us. To be able to see them meet the challenges that Adventure for All provides for them is just absolutely extraordinary, and I think that it's going to provide this element of endless opportunity for them.
If I fall to this side, I put this foot down, just like we would if we're on a bike, right?
In this process, we built out these goal boards. So they had these worksheets that every morning, every night, anytime they're in their room, they see it. It's this constant reminder of these are the things you're working towards. And I think that's for any human, that's a motivator of like, okay, like now I have a reason to put in the work. I have a reason to push through. I have a reason to take on these challenges.
Good job, guys.
After months of training, we are finally here, and we could not be more proud of the amount of effort and time they have put into this.
We are going to make a little introduction here. Here's Chase. He's going to take the mic for a little bit.
So we're on a nonprofit called Adventure for All, and we're here with these athletes today. They've been training for 4 to 5 months to go on this amazing adventure in the Adirondacks, and after the adventure we help job place them, and Southwest today is letting them kind of get a little taste of what it's like to help out in a job setting. So they're helping out today, handing out snacks and collecting trash, and I just appreciate everyone being so nice to them and rooting them on, so thank you all so much.
Pull up to the cabin, and I think that was the first moment that just instilled like all that effort, all that work, all those challenges, like it was worth it. We're out here. We're in the Adirondacks, we're in Wilmington, New York, and we're about to have the adventure of a lifetime this week.
Take your pedal. All right, you ready to go? All right, paddle, Jordan.
The reason why we really wanted to prep them for kayaking was to, again, experience all of adventure. None of them have kayaks, so this was all new to them. Good job, Josh.
My name is Daryl Eckert, and I'm the father of Joshua Eckert. You know, at first, when Coach Chase and Coach Danny told us about this, I didn't question the benefit of it, but I just kind of thought, okay, you know, he'll be able to have some physical activity. But as you're involved in it, and you see your child make progress physically, mentally, socially, you realize that achieving those physical goals goes beyond that, goes well beyond that in their life. They set goals for them, they help them achieve these goals, and when they reach it, you can just see the glow of happiness on their face.
Captain of the Wolves!
He's had to work so hard through life to get where he's at now. That kid never gives up. Never gives up.
I'm Buck and that's Nellie right over there. And we're gonna be your guides today.
Each zip line, was a little different. Like they had to break themselves at this zip line course. Normally you're just holding onto a rope and you're going, and then you get to the end, you just step off. They had to make their zip line go, and then when they got close, they had to break themselves. Anthony is the personality of this entire group.
Another day, another dollar?
Another day.
Another dollar? Another dollar?
I mean, he's the most enthusiastic individual I've ever met. No matter the situation, he's vibrant, he's exhilarated, he's excited. And so whatever mood you're in, he brings you to that level. And I think that's something that the athletes, his friends, and all of us really appreciate. It's such a beautiful day because we build so much trust from a coach to athlete standpoint, and it's a great time to see them overcome some of their biggest fears. First did mountain biking with them, Jordan and Josh's first steps, were weaving in and out of cones, just getting control of the bike. But then to see them going around berms like that are making them sideways and then going up and over hills, I mean, that's just huge. Let me hear you say, I got this.
I got it.
One more time.
Got it.
Proud of you. Let's do this. No break, keep pedaling, and look at mom. Here we go. The growth through these past 4 months with Riley have been unreal. He wants to grow, he wants to try. I mean, even today, he kept falling, he's like, let's try again. He just kept telling me, let's try again.
Now, look at the cone. Pedal, pedal, pedal.
I'm Judy Theophanis, and my son is Riley. He's 20 years old, young man with autism. I could tell he was a little nervous and a little scared about it, but also he did keep getting right back on that bike and keep trying and keep trying. And to see him do that was, I was blown away.
Who has control? Say I do. That's right. I'm right here. I believe in you, okay? You can do this. Riley, it's just really impacted me a lot. He's a trier, man. Tries really hard.
मला पण नाही माहित नाही, त्या दिवशी म्हटलं तुला फोन करते, ती म्हटली करते म्हणून फोन. And now she has again asked, and she has seen the
Today I'm grateful for, and then say what you put.
I would say grateful for my friend Jordan Anthony and you about variety.
Oh, you're grateful for your friends?
Yeah.
Say I learned to go fast. Yeah, on the zip line.
For Jordan, you know, the personalities and the traits that I love about him is his resilience. I love that he never stops trying, and I do love that he's quiet, but if when he speaks, you listen. Through this process, one of our things with him was, let's find Jordan's thing. And that for him was running.
All right, Jordan, so tell me, what's one of your goals this month that we just agreed on? How far are you going to try to run without stopping? 45 minutes, man. 45 minutes this month without stopping is going to be one of your goals. Love it.
He ran for over an hour. And like the whole time he's running, he's smiling ear to ear. I don't know about you, but if I'm running for an hour, I'm not smiling anymore. To find this thing that has just given him passion and given him kind of self-confidence, it's really cool to see. Because again, like he's still smiling after an hour, which means like he's loving it and he's enjoying that he has also found this thing for himself that he can get better at.
Yep. Come on. You're doing awesome.
We're pushing him because we love him so much and because we want to see him continue to excel in life.
No. Is there room for activities?
Oh my goodness, this is going to be amazing. All right, everyone ready? Ready? All right.
The sun rises here at 5 a.m., so the alarm goes off at 3:30. We wake up and we go on a sunrise hike, you know, and they're ready. They got their packs on. Sure enough, here we go. Right down this single track through the woods. And we're hiking in the woods for about an hour and 20 minutes, and then the sun's kind of rising, it's starting to brighten up, and I'm like, guys, we're there. And we get out there, and sure enough, just this beautiful sunrise, and you just hear them all going, wow, like looking off and just staring like, wow, like look at the mountains, look at this view. It's truly unbelievable to see how far these individuals have come. This journey and this experience and this program it shows them that they're capable. It shows them that there's people that believe in them. It shows them that when they're given the opportunities and they set their mind to something, they can truly do anything.
How do you see them?
You're just like rays of light in such, at times, a dark world. That's how I see them.
All right. Thank you very much for this film. Do we have anyone who is able to speak, or shall I just give a couple of notes? So, what struck me most about this film is that you have two fantastic elements. One of them is adventure, filled with emotions, and the other one is a fantastic, high-quality film. And if you folks ever want to kind of reach out later on, what interests me most is how the combination of the two came about. Was it always intended as a documentary, or did that come as a secondary concept with the adventure being a first thing? Yeah, I think it's a valid point. The documentary seems so high quality that it seems to have been pre-planned, but also, you know, synchronizing the plannings of two different things has numerous challenges. And it also interests me to know what the biggest challenge faced in making such a film might have been. But I'll let you folks, reach out if you care to. From our side, we enjoyed thoroughly the emotions. Second time round, I tried to keep my emotions under control, and I think I managed that, but it was kind of difficult at times. So well done, folks, for just creating a piece that is so down to earth, and that showcases the skills and the qualities in these wonderful people with extraordinary talents. So be proud of yourselves for making this, and thank you so much for submitting it to us and contributing in such a wonderful way to this festival. So yeah, anytime you folks want to reach out, we will be available for you. So thank you very much. And one more round, please. So the last film of this of the penultimate round is a feature-length documentary from Germany, 60-minute, Without Kerosene to Berlin. And it speaks for itself loud and clear. Nevertheless, it is a road journey about climate change, which is obviously one of the most pressing topics for the future of the world and the future of humanity. So without further ado, we will reconnect in 60 minutes after Without Kerosene to Berlin.
Was macht ihr hier? Was habt ihr gemacht?
Wir haben die Klingeln sortiert und jetzt gucken wir, ob wir damit Lieder spielen können. Wir haben schon 2 Lieder jetzt gelernt. Das ist einmal Bruder Jakob und Freude schöner Götterfunken.
Wir sind das OKNB-Orchester.
Genau. Los geht's? Ja.
Wenn man sich die Welt anschaut, dann hat man jeden Grund, ohnmächtig zu werden, Angst zu bekommen, hat man jeden Grund, in Frage zu stellen, ob man überhaupt noch etwas ändern kann. So oft wird auf die Straße gegangen, so oft die Stimme erhoben, so oft die Faust dazu. Menschen scheinen zuzuschauen, aber wer ändert etwas? Wir wissen, dass der menschengemachte Klimawandel aufzuhalten ist und eine klimagerechte Welt möglich. Aber die bekommen wir nicht geschenkt, sondern wir müssen für sie kämpfen.
Wir wollen das nicht mehr. Wir wollen die Welt nicht mehr so weiterlassen, wie sie war, wie sie ist, wie sie jeden Tag immer noch weiterläuft. Wir sehen die Ungerechtigkeiten. Es macht uns wütend, es macht uns traurig. Wir wollen das nicht mehr zulassen. Wir wollen für eine Veränderung einstehen und ja, wir wollen kämpfen.
Ja, wir sind jetzt hier am Rudolfplatz in Köln und endlich geht es los nach 7-monatiger Planung.
Es ist alles organisiert und wir müssen einfach nur noch losfahren und ich bin super aufgeregt.
Für mich ist das die erste größere Fahrradtour, beziehungsweise die erste allgemein eigentlich.
Alle kommen zusammen, wir sind alle noch verpennt wie sonst was.
Wir brauchen in der Gesellschaft ein Umdenken, wir brauchen ein politisches Umdenken und deswegen sind wir hier, um dagegen ein Zeichen zu setzen.
Ja, finde ich eine coole Sache, mit Gleichmotivierten hier unterwegs zu sein und eine coole Message in die Welt zu tragen.
So ganz glauben kann ich es immer noch nicht. Ich sehe immer noch nicht, dass wir tatsächlich nach Berlin fahren werden.
Warum kämpfe ich diesen Kampf eigentlich? Warum mache ich das eigentlich? Wofür stehe ich hier ein? Und dann fällt einem auf, es geht nicht um mich, es geht nicht darum, ob ich Angst habe oder nicht. Und das nimmt einem auch so ein bisschen ja, eben die Furcht vor jeglichen Konsequenzen. Man einfach weiß und spürt, es geht hier um was Größeres. Und dafür bin ich auch bereit, alles zu geben.
Vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr alle da seid. Wir radeln gleich los und bringen unseren Protest nach Berlin, weil Berlin will uns nicht hören und deswegen ja, sorgen wir eben dafür, dass man uns hört. Es wird mega geil, 2 Wochen lang durchhasseln und yes, auf geht's.
Fridays for Future haben in mehreren NRW-Städten Protestaktionen gestartet.
In 2 Wochen wollen die Fridays for Future Aktivisten ankommen.
Ich glaube, wir hatten jetzt 6 Platten in der letzten halben Stunde. Also das ist jetzt alles ein bisschen schwierig. Ja, ich bin mit dem Filmteam jetzt und wir sind jetzt bei der Demo und die anderen beiden sammeln wir dann gleich ein. Dann lade ich den Hänger aus. Genau, ich fahre jetzt zum Camp, gucke jetzt hier kurz noch vorbei und dann alles klar. Okay, ich gehe jetzt mal hier hin und zum Film. Ja, bis dann. Ciao. Schon krass, das Ding hier. Das Drecksteil.
Datteln 4 ist ein Kraftwerk, das eigentlich im Mai eröffnet wurde, entgegen jeglicher wissenschaftlicher Erkenntnisse. Wir brauchen es eigentlich nicht mehr. Die Steinkohle, die da verbrannt wird, wird teilweise aus Kolumbien und China importiert. Das heißt, wir brauchen es nicht für die Energiesicherheit und wir haben auch keine Steinkohle mehr, die wir da verbrennen könnten.
Und jetzt sind wir endlich an dieser Dreckschleuder hier angekommen.
Wir waren jetzt hier mit ein paar Leuten demonstrieren, die hier irgendwie lokal sind und für die das gefühlt die 25. Demonstration gegen Datteln 4 war.
Wir haben das Jahr 2020. Der Kohleausstieg ist beschlossen und wir bauen hier ein Kohlekraftwerk hin. Unsere Generation, auch die Leute von Fridays for Future, die noch jünger sind als wir, wie kann man denen das erläutern? Klar, man kann von Effizienzvorteilen sprechen und so weiter, aber wenn man die Sache ernst nehmen würde, dann würde man das nicht machen.
Die Klimakrise, nur weil sie nicht akut an einem Tag neu auftritt, wird die irgendwie behandelt, als weiß ich nicht, als hätten wir dafür noch ewig Zeit irgendwie. Aber genau, bei der Corona-Krise, da war auch alles auf einmal, musste es geändert werden und dann hat es geklappt. Ne?
Wenn wir uns genau so weiterverhalten, wie wir es jetzt tun, also dann nicht mal steigern, und die Trends gehen jetzt nach oben, in anderen Ländern vor allem, würden wir bei einer Erderwärmung Ende des Jahrhunderts von 4 Grad sein. Und die Folgen, die das hat, sind unvorstellbar. Und mir geht es nicht in meinen Kopf, wie dann Leute immer noch sagen können, wir bauen hier ein Kohlekraftwerk hin. Das geht nicht in meinen Kopf und ich bin da wahnsinnig frustriert. Deswegen investiere ich Stunden über Tage in dieses Projekt, in Aktionen, um Menschen bewusst zu machen, so geht es nicht weiter. Und ja, es bleibt uns nichts anderes übrig, als zu protestieren, friedlich zu protestieren und ja, so eine Fahrradtour zu machen wie diese jetzt. Weil keiner nimmt diese Verantwortung an. Keiner. Ja, ich bin fast schon sprachlos in diese Dimensionen, wenn man diesen Dimensionen gegenübersteht. Und ja, das macht das hier auch bildlich irgendwie ganz schön. Das Schornstein qualmt da schön und als wäre nichts gewesen. Schon crazy.
Also ich bin Bürgermeisterkandidatin von den Grünen oder der Wählergemeinschaft der Grünen in Datteln und bin das geworden deswegen.
Als wir die Sache hier angemeldet haben, brauchten wir eine Genehmigung vom Landschaftsschutzgebiet, die uns 84 € gekostet hat, damit wir ein Zelt aufbauen dürfen auf einer Wiese. Damit wir da Heringe in den Boden schlagen durften. Und wir dachten, so ist das jetzt hier euer Ernst? Ihr baut hier ein Kohlekraftwerk in ein Landschaftsschutzgebiet rein und wir müssen uns jetzt hier tagelang mit irgendwelchen Ämtern auseinanderschlagen, weil wir hier ein Zelt in einem privaten Garten aufbauen wollen.
Es mag sich ja jetzt sehr hart anfühlen, aber also ich glaube, es ist für eine ältere Generation immer schwierig, wenn eine jüngere Generation den Zeigefinger hochnimmt und sagt, passt mal auf Leute, da ist ein Problem. Weil eigentlich glauben wir ja, wir müssen euch erziehen. Sagen, ich wollte dieses Ding nicht haben und was habe ich dagegen getan? Zu wenig, definitiv. Ich hätte auch nie geglaubt, dass es ans Netz gehen würde. Ich fand die Art und Weise, wie es ans Netz gegangen ist, also das sollte ja eine Woche später oder so offiziell ans Netz gehen und dann wurde das ganz groß auch in meinen Augen absolut provokant dargestellt, wir gehen ans Netz. So nach dem Motto, ja, ihr könnt jetzt tun und lassen, was ihr wollt.
Alles wie immer, als wäre es was zu feiern. So. Natürlich ist es eine Komponente von verschiedenen Dingen, aber dass die Politik da nicht noch stärker durchgreift, oder die viele PolitikerInnen, das würde ich mir wünschen. Oder auch ja, Menschen, die eben Einfluss haben. Es muss noch immer weiter noch viel mehr passieren, dass wir dagegen irgendwie aufstehen. Ja.
Vielleicht ist das euer Job.
Ja, jetzt gerade, wir geben uns gerade Mühe nach Berlin, genau.
Okay, danke. Ja, ja, es gehört auf jeden Fall.
Alles in Ordnung.
Super, alles klar, ciao. Waren wir super durch.
Und, was sind wir jetzt?
Wir waren Pflicht. Top,
Alles gut.
Ade.
Gemeinsystem sagte, dass es dann Motorrad ist, weil eigentlich im anderen System sagt es Schlussfrage, aber dann kann das fast wahrscheinlich. Nee, alles klar.
Nehmen wir einen neuen Schlauch. Heute sind wir über Shopper gefahren und da sind viele Reifen kaputt gegangen. Ja, ist gut.
Kannst du das andere auch?
Ja, ich bin noch nie so lange Fahrrad gefahren. Ich bin tatsächlich, was das angeht, sehr unvorbereitet und bin auch da gespannt, wie das wird. Ob ich nach dem zweiten Tag immer noch so zuversichtlich bin, dass ich weitere 13 Tage schaffe. Das ist dann die andere Seite der Herausforderung. Letztes Jahr sind 1,4 Millionen Menschen auf die Straße gegangen, um deutlich zu machen, dass wir eine striktere Klimapolitik wollen. Und es ist seitdem einfach so gut wie nichts passiert. Ohne Kerosin nach Berlin ist eine Fahrradprotestaktion. Innerhalb von 15 Tagen fahren wir mit ca. 50 Menschen von Köln nach Berlin. Auf dem Weg haben wir viele Aktionen geplant. Und wir hoffen uns als Klimagerechtigkeitsbewegung nochmal zusammenzutun und unsere Kräfte zu bündeln und auch mit den Menschen in den Orten ins Gespräch zu kommen.
Wir wurden auf der Demo in Düsseldorf angesprochen, weil die Tour ohne Kerosin nach Berlin hier auch einen Schlafplatz suchte im Wülfrath. Haben wir mit den Landwirten hier geredet und haben wir eigentlich relativ schnell und unkompliziert hier dieses schöne Feld in dieser schönen Umgebung bekommen.
Wir beide sind jetzt Teil der FFF Wülfrath Ortsgruppe. Uns gibt es seit etwas länger als einem Jahr. Seitdem machen wir so monatlich eine Veranstaltung, sei es jetzt eine Mahnwache oder eine Demonstration oder ähnliches.
Wir haben in Wülfrath auch Europas größten Kalksteinbruch. Das heißt, wir sind eigentlich ein relativ großer CO2-Emittent auch hier in Wülfrath. Und da sind wir natürlich als Fridays for Future auch dran, dass wir das richtig stellen und da auch gucken, dass wir das auch ausgleichen können in anderen Bereichen.
Okay, ich will nicht sagen.
Ja, heute war auf jeden Fall ein krasser Tag und jetzt bin ich aber auch froh, angekommen zu sein. Ich freue mich super drauf, jetzt noch die ganzen Leute kennenzulernen, mit denen wir heute gefahren sind, weil wir noch keine Zeit hatten für eine Vorstellungsrunde oder so. Und ich habe schon ein paar Gespräche geführt, aber ich kenne auch gar keine Namen oder so. Und ich bin sehr erschöpft und bin froh, wenn wir das mit den Zeiten jetzt alles hinkriegen. Es gibt auf jeden Fall noch Verbesserungsbedarf, was die Organisation und Kommunikation für die nächsten Tage angeht. Aber ich bin immer noch total geflasht, dass wir jetzt echt schon auf dem Weg sind. Genau.
Wir hören jetzt gleich einen Vortrag von dem sehr, sehr netten Bauern, der uns hier auf seinem Acker schlafen lässt. Und dann gibt es ein Plenum mit allen Menschen, um einfach ein bisschen zu schauen, wie der Tag so war. Und dann gibt es Essen. Und da freuen wir uns alle drauf. Juhu.
Wir sind hier auf Gut Berg. Ich bewirtschafte hier 80 Hektar insgesamt. Es ist ein reiner Ackerbaubetrieb. Wir bauen an Winterweizen, Wintergerste, Winterroggen. Jetzt neu, aufgrund der trockenen Verhältnisse. Was uns gerade in den letzten 2-3 Jahren so ein bisschen auffällt, ist, dass wir in der Landwirtschaft beim Klimawandel angekommen sind. Wir sehen, wie sich die Natur verändert und versuchen dagegen zu steuern. Und ich glaube, das ist bei vielen anderen Menschen, die ja in der Stadt leben und ihren Stadthorizont, sage ich mal, haben. Die hören dann Sachen, aber versuchen das gar nicht mal selber in der Natur zu erfahren. Einmal hinten.
Wo ist denn jetzt der Unterschied zwischen euch und Bio? Und warum seid ihr dann quasi nicht Bio, wenn ihr sagt, eigentlich habe ich Interesse daran, das auszuprobieren, die Natur zu beobachten?
Also der große Unterschied ist, dass wir hier auf dem Betrieb noch chemischen Pflanzenschutz einsetzen und künstlichen oder mineralischen Dünger. Das Ganze hat den Grund, dass ich in dem Biobereich nur die Möglichkeit habe, also gerade in dem Unkrautbereich, nur über eine mechanische Bekämpfung die Unkräuter zu verringern. Und dann bin ich eben genau aus diesem Bodenschutzgedanken schon wieder raus. Das ist leider diese Diskrepanz, die da ist.
Wir werden zum Teil für das Insektensterben alleine verantwortlich gemacht. Und natürlich bewirtschaften wir einen großen Raum, wo wir, ja, ich sag mal, wo Insekten leben. Ich habe 3 Jahre geschafft, kein Insektizid einzusetzen auf meinem Betrieb, durch genaues Hinschauen und Ähnlichem. Aber es gibt auch Jahre, da ist der Druck so stark, da würde ich meine komplette Ernte aufs Spiel setzen.
Eigentlich sollten wir uns eher, finde ich, Klimaschützer, Landwirte zusammentun und was von der Politik fordern, dass eben diese sicher veralteten Subventionsmaßnahmen abgeschafft werden, verändert werden.
Für mich wäre wichtig, dass die Politik es endlich mal begreift, dass Zielkonflikte da sind und diese auch mal in Ruhe bewertet. Es wird nicht diesen 100%igen Weg geben. Am Ende müssen wir Kompromisse machen. Da bin ich auch der Meinung wie ihr, dass das Klima ein sehr, sehr hohes Ziel sein muss. Am Ende muss ja die Weltbevölkerung ernährt werden. Und wir müssen auch irgendwo unsere Energie herbekommen. So, da sind wir Landwirte auch gerne bereit, da teilzuhaben. Aber wir müssen dafür erstmal einen konkreten Plan haben.
Wie viele Fehler oder wie viele Missernten könnten Sie denn aushalten, nur um das mal so ein bisschen einzuordnen,
genau
von welcher wirtschaftlichen Relevanz man da spricht?
Man hat früher gesagt, du sollst eine Ernte auf dem Konto haben, eine Ernte in der Scheune und eine Ernte auf dem Feld stehen haben. Und keine Schulden natürlich. Ne? Ich glaube, wenn heutzutage Betriebe eine Missernte wirklich komplett verlieren, sind 90% der Betriebe pleite.
Wie wäre es, wenn wir morgen ankündigen, dass wir um 9 losfahren und um 9:30 losfahren? Weil heute haben wir angekündigt, wir fahren um 10 los und sind um 11 losgefahren.
Lass uns lieber versuchen, um Punkt 10 loszufahren und dann nochmal einfach vielleicht ein bisschen mehr gucken, dass es morgens besser passt und dass alle früher auf Klo gehen, als jetzt irgendwie nochmal Stress zu machen. Ja, morgen geht es übrigens um 9 los.
Also ich weiß nicht, aber wir haben eigentlich in der Strecke und Aktion am letzten Donnerstag so ziemlich beschlossen, dass wir um 9 Uhr losfahren. Aus dem Grund, dass wir einfach 70 Kilometer fahren und wir auch so laut Zeitplan erst um 18 Uhr in Telgte ankommen. Wir machen
morgen ist 70?
Morgen ist 70 Kilometer.
Also wir müssen um 16 Uhr ankommen, oder?
Ja, dann 9.
Nee, wir kommen
Das war mir jetzt nicht klar.
theoretisch zwischen 3 und 4 in Münster an und müssen von Münster nach 20 Kilometer fahren.
Ah ja, okay. Ja.
Das heißt, das ist ganz schön anstrengend und wir sind jetzt schon ganz schön platt von dem Gebirge. Weil wenn wir halt 10 Uhr sagen, fahren wir um halb 11 los und kommen halt fast an, wenn es dunkel wird. Und das ist, glaube ich, awareness-technisch noch uncooler, als früher loszufahren.
Also natürlich begegnen mir auch im Aktivismus immer mal wieder so Momente, wo ich mir wirklich die Frage stelle, so ist es das wert? All diese Energie, diese Zeit, die ich da reinstecke, Blut, Schweiß und Tränen, was bringt das eigentlich? Also ich glaube, alleine würde ich auch diese Tiefpunkte, die mir auch im aktivistischen Alltag immer wieder begegnen, alleine könnte ich die einfach nicht bewältigen. Das muss ich ganz klar sagen. Ich bin unfassbar dankbar für diese Gruppe von Menschen, die mich einfach umgibt. Ich werde aufgefangen und ich werde nicht allein gelassen. Ich werde buchstäblich nicht im Regen stehen gelassen.
Wie geht die GoPro?
Ich weiß auch nicht. Sag du's.
Wie war dein Tag? Du hast gefroren?
Ich hab gefroren. Ich hab geweint. Ich war im Regen. Es war super.
Wir werden einen langen Atem brauchen und den brauchen wir auch jetzt. Und es wird manchmal fucking steil sein und schwer und so geht es halt irgendwie mal bergauf und manchmal scheint wir auf einer Welle der guten Nachrichten zu reiten und fahren bergab und es geht ganz wunderbar und ich finde, dass diese ganze Tour so wunderbar sinnbildlich für eine klimagerechtere Welt steht.
Last an. Gehen wir mal aus und leite ich kurz ein. Das Jure sitzt eh an. Hast du morgen Mitfahrer? Mitfahrer? Nein. Vielleicht geselle ich mich dazu. Ja, gerne. Muss mal gucken, wie das entwickelt. Vielleicht kommt irgendwann die Taschen nehmen soll oder so. Aber
Achso, ja, das ist natürlich klar. Das wird
dem Leiter von dem Kraftwerk.
Ach, das
mit dem
war
haben
der
wir eben geredet.
Ach, das wäre hier mit der Glatze?
Genau.
Oh mein Gott, das habe ich nicht aufgenommen. Was habt ihr gemacht?
Wir haben diskutiert und er hat in vielerlei Hinsicht hat er uns zugestimmt. Wir sind einigermaßen auf einem Nenner, nur sehen wir das, glaube ich, alles viel dringender als er und er sieht die Möglichkeiten noch nicht, so wie man das schneller machen könnte, wie man schneller die Energiewende hinkriegt. Ja, ich fand es sehr positiv, dass er mit uns geredet hat. Wir müssen miteinander reden, das hat er auch gesagt, wir müssen miteinander reden, um Lösungen zu finden. Es ist unglaublich, dass wir das immer noch machen müssen oder dass diese Kraftwerke immer noch laufen. Warum? Also es gibt inzwischen bessere Lösungen. Nur der politische Wille ist noch nicht genug da. Wir müssen mehr machen, wir haben keine Zeit mehr.
We are unstoppable, another world is possible. We are unstoppable, another world is possible.
Kohle aus Asien, aus Südamerika, aus Australien, Steinkohle, hier zu uns nach Deutschland, auch hierher nach Hannover gebracht und wird hier verbrannt. Und im Endeffekt zwingt dieses System einen riesigen Prozentsatz an Menschen in Armut und Globalisierung zwingt ganz, ganz viele Menschen dazu, in menschenunwürdigen Verhältnissen zu leben. Und dieses Kraftwerk ist ein Symptom des Ganzen. Die Ursache ist aber im Endeffekt Kapital, menschliche Gier, Profitmaximierung und da müssen wir gegen angehen. Das kann so nicht weitergehen. Und ich hoffe deswegen, wir sind alle zusammen laut und schreien System Change, not Climate Change.
Also einfach auch ruhig mal durchatmen danach, weißt du, so konzentrieren, sammeln. Du kannst auch 5 Minuten stehen und überlegen. Und
ich habe das halt noch nie gemacht, deswegen.
nee,
aber es
ja,
muss ja einmal
super Übung, genau.
durch.
Und dann, wenn dir irgendwas befällt, sagst du einfach, nee, das wurde doch, glaube ich, schon beantwortet.
Hallo. Ich bastel an einem Hörfunkbeitrag zu einer Reportage für morgen Campus und Karriere in unserem Programm im Deutschlandfunk. Achso, könnte ich Ihren Namen nochmal notieren für die Gebiete, die größten Pflichtorten? Was veranlasst dich hier, dich zu engagieren bei Students for Future und an dieser Tour mitzuwirken?
Bei Students for Future habe ich angefangen direkt, nachdem ich zur Uni gegangen bin. Ich war in der ersten Woche in der Uni und habe die Aktionen mitbekommen am Anfang und dachte mir, ja, das ist eine gute Sache, ich möchte mich gerne für mehr Klimagerechtigkeit einsetzen. Und da habe ich das Potenzial in dieser Gruppe gesehen.
Ich fühle mich in keinster Weise wirklich ernst genommen von den Medien auf einer Art und Weise, wo ich sagen würde, das fühlt sich gut an oder gerechtfertigt, weil selbst die dann über uns berichten, wenn wir zum Beispiel sowas organisieren, sich dann leider in den meisten Fällen doch wirklich sehr darauf konzentrieren, ja, was passiert eigentlich, was machen so diese paar Aktivistis. Dabei ist das eigentlich überhaupt nicht das, was wir damit erzielen wollten. Klar, kann ein Zwischenschritt sein, aber was uns ja wirklich wichtig ist, ist, dass endlich viel mehr geguckt wird, was passiert eigentlich in der Welt. Wofür steht eigentlich so dieses Land, durch das wir hier gerade fahren, bis zu seiner Hauptstadt? Was macht das eigentlich mit der Welt, mit unserem Klima, Waffenexporte, irgendwelche Investitionen in absolut klimaschädliche Sachen, absolute Ungerechtigkeit. Darauf wollen wir, dass die Welt einfach guckt, dass Menschen endlich mehr sich dem aussetzen, sich dem auch nicht mehr entziehen können, einfach zu sehen, was zur Hölle passiert hier.
Wir sind in Hannover, in Stadtteil Burg und in der Burg, in Stadtteil Burg. Das ist eine alte Schule hier, die jetzt ein Soziokulturprojekt ist, wo wir zum Beispiel als FOFF drin sind. Und das liegt ein bisschen außerhalb Hannover, aber auch nur eine Viertelstunde mit dem Fahrrad ungefähr. Und wir haben hier uns Ruhe, da ist ein Wald, alles ist relativ nah, tolle Menschen. Ihr passt hier gut rein.
Ich finde halt solche Orte super wichtig für die also aus einem demokratischen Aspekt auch so ein Treffpunkt sind.
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Also ich meine, hier werden Demos und Aktionen geplant, so. Das ist so die Demokratie. Himself oder herself.
Ist das auch, also jeder kann kommen, immer. Wisst ihr eigentlich, wie krass das hier ist? Das
ist toll, ne?
Das ist
Und wir haben
mega
ganz viel
krass.
Foodsharing gekriegt. So.
Ja, da wollte ich jetzt auch nochmal
Wir
gucken.
haben so viel Glücksfutter hier.
Oh, hier, ja, das. Oh. Das ist ja Wahnsinn.
Ja, das ist nur von heute Morgen von einer Markthalle. Wir holen 73 Betriebe ab.
Das ist gerettet, das ist komplett gerettetes
Alles.
Essen.
Ja. Und hier sind leckere Brötchen hier, ganz tolle Bäcker.
Ja, ich habe Hunger.
Also wirst du staunen.
Boah, das ist ja großartig. Ich fand das.
Lecker.
Oh, Gebäck. Oh mein Gott.
Ja, alles dabei.
Oh.
Ja, das ist noch
Oh, ich liebe Mohnkuchen. Was ist denn der Grund, dass das jetzt weggeschmissen wird? Also,
naja,
das
ich sag
ist
mal,
doch
das
noch
ist
verkauft.
Warenwirtschaftssystem. Die großen Firmen kriegen am nächsten Tag einen LKW voll und du hast ja nicht mehr Platz zum Verkaufen. Also musst du hier irgendwo wieder rausräumen, weil das Warenwirtschaftssystem sagt, hier 50 Kisten kommen wieder, sieh zu, kriegst du unter. Dann gibt es ja die Marketing, die hat dann so und so viel gesagt, das haben wir geordert und dann müssen die das abnehmen. Also diese Märkte sind natürlich auch in der Zwickmühle. Ja? Der Konsument möchte über den ganzen Tag natürlich ein schönes Programm haben. Ja, das ist natürlich auch schwierig zu halten, aber der Kunde soll ja auch zufriedengestellt werden. Und ich habe von den jungen Leuten, also von euch gelernt, dass man das besser mit umgehen muss, weil wir sind ja eine Generation, ja, alles kaufen. Wir haben das ja alles angerichtet in Häkchen mit, ja, nicht gegenwärtig. Und deswegen setze ich mich da auch sehr für ein, dass wirklich die Lebensmittel gerettet werden.
Ja.
Finde ich sehr, sehr wichtig.
Wenn es nicht schmeckt, dann ist egal. Schmeckt halt gar nicht.
Weißt du, dass ich mal Berliner war? Ich habe sogar mal Berliner. Ich war da, wo die Mauer gebaut wurde.
Ja, was ich an dieser Tour genieße, also ich meine, ich könnte ja jetzt auch alleine irgendwie durch die Gegend fahren oder also beziehungsweise radeln und dann, keine Ahnung, alleine irgendwie um Klimagerechtigkeit demonstrieren, aber in der Gruppe ist das halt was anderes, nicht nur auf der Straße, sondern hier auch auf den Camps, letzten Endes welche Gruppendynamiken hier auch zustande kommen und der Austausch mit Menschen, die Dialoge, die stattfinden, das ist was sehr Bereicherndes letzten Endes und Menschen, die mit neuen Ideen wiederum kommen und ja, meine Beobachtung, dass andere Menschen dann wieder kennen von Dingen, von denen ich auch irgendwann mal gehört hatte und es gibt so viel drumherum, was getan werden kann und ja, ich finde generell so Gruppen deswegen sehr, sehr wertvoll.
Die Woche war krass intensiv, weil wir die ganze Zeit irgendwie in einer großen Gruppe zusammen waren. Und das ist ja auch nicht unbedingt für jeden Menschen was. Das heißt, du musst auch lernen, glaube ich, dir deine eigenen Ruhezeiten zu gönnen. Aber ich bin richtig runtergekommen. Ich war in der Natur, ich hatte keine Trash-Serien. Ich habe Social Media gemieden, ich bin sehr viel ruhiger jetzt hier. Also ich gehe viel ruhiger raus, als ich reinkomme. Auf jeden Fall. Und das hat super gut getan. Ich fahre morgen Nachmittag, ja genau.
Wie fühlst du dich dabei?
Es ist ein bisschen traurig, weil ich natürlich die Hälfte verpasse. Und ich glaube, in Berlin gibt es halt nochmal einen richtig schönen Abschluss mit allen, den verpasse ich natürlich. Ich glaube, ich werde euch sehr vermissen.
Das ist natürlich schon manchmal ja, einfach traurig. Dann Leute, wo ich vielleicht gerade das Gefühl hatte, okay, wir bauen eine Freundschaft auf, dann auch nicht mehr zu sehen, die sind dann plötzlich nicht mehr präsent, ganz woanders. Und ja, da brauche ich auf jeden Fall eine Weile, um auch damit umgehen zu lernen, das dann doch irgendwie so ein bisschen für mich differenziert betrachten zu können.
Ich brauche noch Tourinfos. Wisst ihr, was heute der Plan ist?
Was heute?
Wie weit wir heute fahren und wohin?
Knappe
Wisst ihr das?
60 nach Peine. Ich dachte nach Ilsede. Ist das?
Luis, kannst du noch mal kurz die Tour heute zusammenfassen, was der Plan ist?
Echt?
Ja. Wie viele Kilometer dies das?
Wir fahren heute nach Lehrte, 25 Kilometer, lauschen einem Vortrag über Windenergie und radeln danach noch etwa 30 Kilometer weiter in die Bierstraße Nummer 1 nach Ilsede. Wird ein toller Tag. Wir sind nicht mehr ganz so gut im Zeitplan, müssen uns ein bisschen ranhalten.
Schade.
Jochen, wie läuft's?
Scheiße, Mann! Fuck.
Brauchst du Hilfe?
Nein, lass mich in Ruhe.
Warum tust du dir das denn an hier?
Ja, das war ich nicht mehr.
Also auch dieses sehr nah an der Natur sein, dieses sehr krass doch wieder auf den eigenen Körper zurückgeworfen zu sein, hat schon krass viel mit mir gemacht, glaube ich, gerade in dieser Zeit. Wo kommen wir denn her? Wir kommen aus der Natur. Wir haben einfach den Respekt verloren vor dem, was allem Leben eigentlich überhaupt Leben gibt. Wir zerstören gerade einfach die Grundlage für alles, was uns ausmacht, für alles, was existiert. Und ich kämpfe meinen Kampf für soziale Gerechtigkeit, für die Menschen, aber eben auch für das andere Leben, was uns umgibt. Und das ist auch okay und richtig so.
Hallo?
Naja, mit meinem Fahrrad, so ein Salto.
Warum bist du so happy heute?
Weil ich zu viel Adrenalin habe.
Ja, erzähl mir, was war die Tour? Was hast du erlebt? Hast du was gelernt heute? Du bist gestürzt? Was passiert?
Ich bin gestürzt, weil ich einen Salto versucht habe. Und dann habe ich so viel Adrenalin durch meinen Körper bekommen. Ernsthaft? So viel Adrenalin bekommen, damit hatte ich am Anfang nicht gerechnet. Deswegen habe ich zu viel Adrenalin, deswegen bin ich zu fit. Deswegen muss ich jetzt unbedingt was machen und deswegen irritiert es mich gerade, dass du bist.
Nein, warum fährst du bei der Tour mit? Warum ist dir das so wichtig hier, die ganze Nummer?
Hallo, das Adrenalin ist in meinem Körper, nicht in meinem Kopf.
Sweet hier, Fabi, oder?
Ja. Gut.
Fabi, wie geht's dir?
Gut.
Was hast du heute gemacht?
Fahrradfahren. War gut.
Oh, guck mal hier.
Ey, ich glaube, das sind Bienenstöcke. Ja. Und Imkerei, so, ich kann dazu nicht so viel sagen, muss ich ehrlich sagen.
Die Menschen, die uns da auf dem Hof empfangen haben, waren total nett. Wir standen ja auch relativ am Ende der Tour schon. Und plötzlich aus dem Nichts sind da einfach ein paar Menschen, die um unser Camp brettern mit irgendwelchen Autos und auch Motorbike mit Thor Steiner-T-Shirts, die uns dann filmen. Und natürlich ist das dann in der Situation auch sehr verunsichert, weil wir müssen ja auf dieser Wiese schlafen. Wir wissen, die Nacht wird dunkel, unsere Fahrräder stehen da überall verstreut rum. Wir wissen ja eigentlich gar nichts, was die dann vielleicht auch noch geplant hätten.
Okay, also es ist relativ spät, so 8:30. Ein einsames Licht steht mir entgegen. Wir haben die Zelt jetzt in einem Kreis aufgebaut. Und wir haben unsere Fahrräder in die Mitte gestellt, man kann das wahrscheinlich nicht sehen. Und jetzt überall Zelte drumherum, das kann man wahrscheinlich auch nicht sehen. Und alle Leute haben Stirnlampen und Taschenlampen in der Hand und hauen noch irgendwelche Heringe im Boden, da wird sogar noch ein Zelt komplett aufgebaut. Also es sieht nicht nur in dem Film so dunkel aus, es ist wirklich fucking dunkel hier.
Weißt du, wo Feuerholz ist? Weißt du, wo Feuerholz ist? Nein. Du weißt, wo Feuerholz ist.
Klingelt wieder. Jo. Hallo? Ja, nee, wir sind jetzt bei Magdeburg. Und jetzt ist irgendwie so total weirde Business hier ausgebrochen, weil das irgendwie auch so ein bisschen so eine rechte Gegend ist und so ein paar Nazi-Leute hier so vorbeikamen und so ein bisschen, keine Ahnung, ja, so ein bisschen auf jeden Fall schon mal so irgendwie so signalisiert haben, so ein bisschen Revier markiert haben halt irgendwie. Und das, jetzt haben wir halt angefangen, irgendwie die Zelte nochmal umzubauen im Kreis und unser Verteidigungskonzept zu fahren, so irgendwie mit Fahrrädern in der Mitte und Nachtwachen und mal schauen.
Ganz so nett sind die es nicht.
Also ich meine, ich gehörte ja auch zu denen, die der Meinung waren, dass es vollkommen lächerlich ist, sich ein Konzept für sowas auszudenken. Aber ich bin doch schon ganz glücklich, dass wir es haben.
Aber ich finde halt so von der Theorie, wenn wir halt das Feuer da haben und es kommt wirklich jemand, dann bringt es halt gar nichts, dann sehen wir halt nicht, was passiert. Und die können sich ja sogar uns anschleichen, wenn wir da sitzen. Ne?
Ja, eben.
Die würden ja von da oder da kommen.
Wenn was?
Das ist jetzt
Ja, nee, ich finde
nur die
Feuer an der
Polizei.
Stelle.
Feuer.
Feuer schon, aber an der Stelle.
Das ist auch wieder so ein bestimmtes Feindbild, was wir dann einfach darstellen und was so erschreckend ist, dass es heute natürlich im Jahr 2021 auch zu diesem Ausmaß immer noch existiert und eigentlich sogar immer weiter angefeuert wird. So je größer unsere Bewegung wird, desto lauter werden auch leider immer die Gegenstimmen, die uns dann begegnen. Das sind ja nicht mal Gegenstimmen, es sind einfach nur es ist Hass, was uns da begegnet. Einfach blanker Hass. Das kann ich manchmal ganz schwer fassen, wie das überhaupt Menschen so sehr hassen können, dass sich andere Leute für eine klimagerechte Welt einsetzen. Und doch passiert es.
Manchmal ist das Leben ganz schön leicht. 2 Räder, ein Lenker und das reicht, wenn ich mit meinem Fahrrad fahre. Dann ist die Welt ganz einfach. Die Autos stehen im Stau, ich fahr vorbei. Alle Ampeln grün, die Bahn ist frei, wenn ich mit meinem Fahrrad fahr. Mitten durch die Stadt. Fahrradfahren, wenn ich mit meinem Fahrrad fahr. Ich trete in die Pedale und brauch keine Motoren. Fahrradfahren, nichts ist so schön wie Fahrradfahren. Für mich das Ideal.
Machst du vorne den Linksabbieger, ich mach links. Bierfahrt! Fahrrad! Biermacht! Nada! Streik! Mit bei! Für mehr Klima! Gerechtigkeit! Die haben das übrigens super gemacht. Ich gucke jetzt mal auf der Karte.
Wir haben ja Teilnehmende dabei, die noch nie an einer Demonstration vorher teilgenommen hatten und die jetzt natürlich hoffentlich ein wenig mehr politisiert sind.
Ich war eher ziemlich passiv oder ich würde eher sagen taub. Und während der Fahrt wurde ich sensibler für einige Sachen und die Gespräche haben mich sensibler gemacht für die wirklich echten Probleme.
jetzt sind wir einfach irgendwie total aneinander gewachsen schon und es fühlt sich sehr, sehr surreal an, dass es morgen wieder vorbei ist, nach 14 Tagen, nach 700 Kilometern und ich weiß gar nicht, wie ich mich gerade fühlen soll.
Boah, oh Gott, habe ich 30 Sekunden Zeit, mir was zu überlegen, das ist echt krass. Okay, wir als Aktivistinnen haben eine sehr besondere Rolle inne, glaube ich, gerade in dem politischen Klima von heute. Wir müssen sehr viel auch über uns selbst hinauswachsen, glaube ich, um diese Grenzen zu überwinden, die die Strukturen der Gesellschaft uns auferlegt und letzten Endes eine bessere Welt zu schaffen.
1, 2, 3!
Kein Grad weiter, wir leisten Widerstand gegen eine Wirtschaft, die immer mehr Konsum verlangt, gegen ein System, das grenzenlos Natur zerstört, gegen Politik, die uns nicht richtig zuhört. Ihr sagt, wir machen das schon, wir finden toll, was ihr macht. Vielen Dank, liebe Kinder, hat schon so viel gebracht. Aber nein, ihr seid keine Profis, keiner geht zum Unterricht, während die Politik Klimaabkommen bricht. Wir singen hey, 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 das machen wir nicht mit, wir stehen auf, auf, auf für eine neue Politik. Hey, 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 das machen wir nicht mit, wir stehen auf, auf, auf für eine neue Politik. Mama, Natur ist schwer krank. Wir alle spüren die Symptome. Ihr steht blöd am Bettrand, ignoriert die Diagnose. Blind für das, was nötig ist. Seht ihr nicht, wie Planet Erde unter uns zusammenbricht, weil keiner mehr genug kriegt? Ihr wollt mehr Geld, mehr Macht. Bitte noch ein Jahr im Amt. Nein, wir wählen euch ab. Wir stehen auf, wir sind laut, drehen den Beat auf, üben Druck aus. Wir gehen auf die Straßen, wir geben nicht auf. Wir singen hey, 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 das machen wir nicht mit. Wir stehen auf, auf, auf für eine neue Politik. Hey, 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 das machen wir nicht mit. Wir stehen auf, auf, auf für eine neue Politik.
Wir sind da nicht zum Spaß, das wissen auch alle. Klar, kann es auch spaßige Momente geben und das ist auch toll und ich glaube, das brauchen wir auch, um uns irgendwie am Laufen zu halten, einfach auch das Schöne irgendwie für uns dann immer wieder da rauszuholen. Aber letzten Endes sind es alles MitstreiterInnen und Mitstreiter, mit denen ich dann einfach unterwegs war. Und irgendwann war es dann auch so eine Kampfgemeinschaft, die sich gebildet hat. Viel mehr noch als so eine große Freundesgruppe. Es gab was viel Tieferes, viel Stärkeres, was uns einfach verbindet.
Ja, heute ist auf jeden Fall die Stimmung nochmal eine ganz andere, würde ich sagen. Ich habe das Gefühl, alle sind so ein bisschen nervös.
Schwingen uns jetzt auf die Räder bei bestem Wetter.
Wir fahren heute, glaube ich, über 70 Kilometer insgesamt.
Und dann durch Berlin final bis zum Brandenburger Tor.
Heute mit Aktionen deutschlandweit, dass der öffentliche Nahverkehr gestärkt wird. Einzelheiten zum Berliner Protest hat Anja Haufe.
Mitten im Freitagsfeierabendverkehr von ca. 14:30 bis 16 Uhr wird die A115 in beiden Richtungen zwischen dem Kreuz Zehlendorf und dem Dreifunkturm gesperrt. Fridays for Future setzt sich für eine neue Verkehrspolitik mit weniger Autos und einem besseren öffentlichen Nahverkehr ein.
One, struggle, one, fight! Fridays for Future, Klimastreik bleibt!
The climate crisis is not a national, not a German and not a European crisis. Nur zusammen sind wir stark, seulement ensemble, nous sommes fortes.
Mir geht nicht in den Kopf rein, wie man in diesen Zeiten noch ein Kohlekraftwerk an den Start bringen will. Wer kann mir das erklären, Mann? Das geht doch nicht.
We're all sitting in the same boat, we're all in this together. Ni un grado más, ni una especie menos. Kein Grad weiter, keine Spezies weniger.
Wir sind hier. Wir haben durchgehalten. Wir bleiben hier. Wir halten durch.
Ja, wir treiben den Klimaschutz an der Uni voran. Ohne uns wäre da ganz schön wenig passiert. Denn wir wollen to future!
Achso, den musst du anmachen.
Herzlich willkommen in Berlin, liebe Terrorinnen! Zwei Wochen vorher hat sich gelohnt, wir sind am Ziel! Ohne Kerosin nach Berlin!
Du kannst für 30 € versuchen, dir einen Flug nach Mallorca zu buchen oder mit der Deutschen Bahn bis Krefeld fahren. Aber anstatt wegzufliegen, würde ich mein Fahrrad bis nach Lettland schieben. Das hier ist elementar, die Probleme sind schon lange da. Komm, fahr ohne Kerosin nach Berlin. Nach Berlin. Komm, wir fahren ohne Kerosin nach Berlin. Nach Berlin. Nach Berlin. Nach Berlin. Nach Berlin. Wir brauchen kein Benzin für keine Autos. Wir fahren leise, fast lautlos, ohne Sprit bis nach Madrid. Wir sind nicht gegen irgendwas, sondern für unsere Welt, dass sie allen gefällt und dass sie möglichst lange, lange hält. Wir demonstrieren ohne Randale, investieren in die Pedale, lassen einfach laufen. Wir sind ein richtig bunter Haufen. Komm, wir fahren ohne Kerosin nach Berlin. Nach Berlin. Komm, wir fahren ohne Kerosin
nach Berlin, nach Berlin, nach Berlin, nach Berlin.
Ja, also wir können nach Hause gehen, wir haben genug getan, auf keinen Fall an den Kampf betrachtet. Keiner von uns auch nur im Mindesten das abgeschlossen. Im Gegenteil, ich glaube, wir hoffen einfach, dass ja, dieser Kampf noch viel größer wird, noch viel präsenter wird, dass wir noch viel mehr Mitstreiter bekommen, denn die werden wir wohl oder übel brauchen, wenn wir wirklich einen Umbruch erzielen wollen. Der Kampf muss weitergehen, der Kampf wird weitergehen. Wir werden auch mit der Kraft, die uns diese Erfahrung eben gegeben hat, weiter in die Zukunft gehen und eben noch effektivere Wege finden, wie wir uns für eine Veränderung einsetzen.
Hello, hello, hello. Who do we have here representing?
Hi, can you hear me?
Sorry. Are you muted by any chance?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, hi, my name is Roy, and I am one of the producers of Without Kerosene to Berlin. Yes, and I was also the director of photography, editor, you know, documentary kind of.
Nothing much at all, right?
Everything.
Thank you so much for submitting this. I mean, the topic is something that a lot of people have heard of, but the truth is that not enough gets done about it. And you know, unless it's a major broadcasting corporation, not many people get a chance to get a voice out on an independent scale. You've done that loud and clear. So thank you for thinking about it. Thank you for making it. Now, the truth is that I could spend a whole day with you talking about the film. I can ask you 1.5 million questions. There is so much discussion to be done about it, and that wouldn't even be enough to scratch the surface about how important the topic is.
Yeah.
So I think the best way to save time is I've got kind of 2 back-to-back questions.
Yeah.
Give you them both at the same time, and then I'll have you, give us your opinion and that, your answer to that. So the first part of the question is, although the story factual is relatively straightforward in terms of what the message is, what have you learned on this journey that has surprised you that maybe you didn't know or you didn't think about before embarking on this filmmaking journey? And at the same time, while making this film, what was your biggest challenge? It could be anything from technical to aesthetic to legal to anything like that.
Okay, so for the first question, I was really surprised that this organization, like Students for Future, Fridays for Future, which is actually a pretty, like new community, that exists since a few years, since Greta Thunberg started to go out to the streets, and now it's spread everywhere. They have such a good network. They are connected in such a good way, so it doesn't matter in which city or which town they were. They always had some connections to other people from the place. So this kind of networking was really interesting, as you could also see some people from Hanover and whatever, and they always found a place to stay. They always had as well food for free, which was, you know, like otherwise the food would be just waste and trash, but they save it. And so this whole organization is really interesting. So I was really surprised about how that works in the background, and always finding also some place to sleep. Also being able to have a lot of conversations with farmers, going to visit some different places and everything. So that was really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, and the second question, well, the challenges. Well, we had a few challenges. First of all, yeah, organizing this documentary itself, because I was producing this documentary while I was myself on a bike riding 500 kilometers to a place where I teach cinematography and editing. Wow. So that was challenging. Right after that, I was on vacations and I was still calling people and everything. So that was one of the first challenges, like getting the crew together. And then after that, also the technical aspects, because, you know, like they are moving the whole time. They are moving, they are traveling 50, 60, 70 kilometers every day and everything. So we got an electric bike, and then we were able to, you know, like to travel. I was traveling with the sound guy, he was riding the bicycle, and I was sitting behind, and we had to really construct, like change the bicycle in a way so that we can travel while we are shooting. And that was a really interesting challenge. So yeah, so a part of the crew was, you know, like was traveling the first days. I was traveling with my friend Max, which is also one of the producers and the sound guy. We were during the last days, and the whole middle part they filmed a lot by themselves, because it was really hard to, you know, to organize everything so that we could be able to travel the whole time. So everything was kind of last minute, and but anyway, I'm very happy that we managed to to get the footage, to tell the story, and just to show what people are trying, what everybody's trying, to just get attention about climate change and activism. And this is only one of the stories. Like there are a lot of things going on that we are fighting, you know.
So in a sense, you had to change your plans a little bit according to what was happening in order to get the outcome to be.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Your original plan to the outcome? Sorry.
Well, that was completely different, of course, because like Moritz, which is the organizer from Without Kerosene to Berlin, he started this this whole manifestation, and he's a friend of mine, and he called me and he was like, hey, can you we're riding bicycle from Cologne to Berlin, like 600-700 kilometers. Can you do a video about it? And I was like, hey, that's really cool. But if we are shooting this, then we are making a documentary. We're making a movie, not a YouTube video, you know.
Oh yes, of course.
So that was, for me, that was from the beginning the thing that I wanted to achieve, to just tell a story about it. And it's always changing, and it was a really interesting development, because we have been editing for over 300 hours of editing process.
Wow.
Sitting here in my at home in my editing room with Max, we were working a lot of weeks, like where he stayed here at home and we just woke up and continued editing. He was making sound design as I was editing. We recorded some song. Like it was a really interesting and creative process as well. Like creating a puzzle kind of. Yeah.
I can imagine. And last question is, how long did the overall process take you in terms of concepting, organizing the bike ride, and then delivering the film?
It was in 2000. Let me see. Around 1 hour. I'm sorry, 1 year. 1 hour. Around 1 year totally, because that more or less, because we finished this movie last year, 2021, in August, and the whole action was like 1 year before, so more or less 1 year of work. And also, like we had a budget. We had like totally around 20,000 euros that we got from different sources and everything. So that's also the thing that it sounds like a lot of money, but
it goes away real quick when you're making a film. I know that.
It's absolutely not, and we just want to make like good things with a good quality and everything. That's for us the most important thing.
Well, in this room, I mean, it was my second time watching it, obviously, but in this room, I think we all enjoyed it, and I think one of the biggest credits I'll give you is that out of a pretty dark topic and out of a mission that we're still on the road to kind of improve, you've actually managed to bring out some very funny, lighthearted moments, as well as a laid-back kind of documentary feel with a very strong message at the end. And you get too many times where you see the message is horrible and it's really dark and it depresses you and it says, take action now because everything is so depressing. On the contrary, you just showed us that lightheartedness, that camaraderie with all the people that were involved. And that's one of the things that stood out to me and that made me feel connected and involved in it. So I don't think that could have been too easy to achieve. You definitely achieved that. And it created, if I can say it, entertainment as well as story value to it. So thank you very much for that. We really appreciate that.
Thank you as well for organizing this whole festival, for showing these good movies, and it was really fun to to be part of it.
Cool, excellent. So I hope that you've got a few moments. I'm not sure what your time zone is. Our schedule is we have a little bit of an interval right now, and then we have a few short films, and then there'll be a little announcement. So if you're able to stick into that, that'll be wonderful. It's not going to be a long festival from after this. If not, I'll be in touch with you directly to share any news. All right.
All right. Perfect. So thank you very much.
Cool. Excellent. Applause, please. Cool. All right. From our side, we have a little interval, and then kick into the last segment of the film festival. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. And this is the final little section of film screenings. The first one is called 16, and both of these two films that we're screening right at the end of the festival have direct links with the museum that we are working on, the Legion Experience Museum, which essentially means the topic is, at least in part, remembrance and respect for past conflicts. So on that note, 16 comes from Montreal in Canada, and I'll let you enjoy it. It lasts 11 minutes, and I'll see you after that.
Cher Tadek, je suis ton petit-fils, Gilien. Gilien Scorny. Porte le même nom. Scorny veut dire peau en polonais. Ironique quand l'histoire a voulu la nôtre. Combat familial pour rester en vie. Comment t'as survécu? Tu as survécu, donc par extension, mon père a survécu. Mon frère a survécu. J'ai survécu. Est-ce qu'il y a une obligation à transmettre cette survie?
Comment vas-tu alors?
Ouais, ça va bien et toi?
Alors c'est marrant parce que là c'était en pleine nature et ils ont refait la route avec du béton et des gros barbelés de chaque côté. Et un jour on est venu à vélo ici et j'avais l'impression d'être dans un camp tellement que ça faisait des gros barbelés.
J'ai survécu, mais je suis queer, Tadek. Nos relations, quand j'avais 16 ans, étaient très différentes de la communication qu'on peut avoir maintenant, tu vois. Même par rapport à mon coming out, par exemple. Par rapport à ce genre de choses.
Par rapport
à mon coming out, tu sais, c'est le... Tu vois ce que c'est? Ou...
Non, coming out, c'est quoi? C'est un mot anglais. Mais...
C'est le fait d'annoncer sa sexualité.
Ah oui. Ah oui, oui, oui.
Une vie de fuite. Une recherche de liberté. Un effacement d'identité. Est-ce que ma famille va mourir à cause de moi?
Il se trouve que quand il a été arrêté en Pologne, il avait 16 ans je crois, il m'a expliqué plusieurs fois, il a été interrogé par les nazis, qui lui ont cassé les 10 doigts un par un.
Ouais, bah non, on m'a toujours dit, ton grand-père, il étudiait pendant la Pologne occupée, il y avait un de ses camarades de classe qui avait volé une arme aux Allemands, toute la classe a été arrêtée par des SS, tous envoyés en prison de Paviak. Après mes recherches, je me suis rendu compte qu'en fait, c'était peut-être pas vrai. Que c'était plus complexe que ça, et que t'étais plus actif, en fait, dans toute cette histoire-là. Ce que j'ai appris, c'est que t'étais scout à l'époque, et tu faisais partie d'un groupe de résistants polonais, que tu étudiais, mais étudier au-delà de la primaire à cette époque-là, c'était totalement illégal. Ta sœur aussi a étudié même sous le régime communiste. Et donc, tu étais actif, tu faisais des graffitis, collais des affiches, distribuais des prospectus, volais des armes.
Non, j'ai pas de peur en ce moment. C'est curieux, hein, ouais. Je repousse la peur.
16 ans, c'est un âge important dans la famille, j'ai l'impression. J'ai posé la question à mon père, je lui ai demandé quel est l'âge qui t'a le plus marqué. Il m'a répondu 16 ans. J'ai posé la même question à mon frère, il m'a répondu 16 ans. Et si je devais moi aussi répondre à cette question, je répondrais 16 ans. 16 ans, c'est l'âge que t'avais quand t'as été déporté. Le 24 juillet 1941, camp d'Auschwitz-Birkenau.
Je sens le poids de la situation, la force, mais je me sens impuissant face à la connaissance. Ouais, je connais rien de l'histoire, très très peu.
Une vie de fuite. Pas de conclusion à tout ça. Survie de l'espèce humaine. Tu es arrivé à aucune conclusion. Qu'est-ce qui fait de nous des humains? Ça m'a fait sentir très petit.
Oui, ça fait partie de ta construction. En fait, tu es adulte maintenant.
Il ne s'agit pas de penser au passé, se larmoyer sur ce passé, sur ces douleurs qui sont réelles. Une recherche de liberté.
Notre vie actuellement, elle tient à rien, quoi.
À travers des générations. Ça marque une vie et ça marque les vies d'après. Comme si ancré au plus profond de mon esprit, de ma mémoire, il y avait les souffrances des camps.
J'apprends beaucoup de choses et je suis trop content de
Sexualité, c'est pas la mort, en fait. La souffrance de tes proches. Je pense qu'il faut aller de l'avant. Ma vie est pas une survie. La mort, c'est les camps.
All right, here we are back. So thank you, William, for submitting 16. A very profound film. I think you told me that you're not going to be live with us, which is absolutely fine. You'll get a chance to hopefully see this, hear this when you replay the whole film, the whole session. I was very touched by the layers that you added to this film. It's only 11 minutes, but it's so layered and complex and historical, emotional. So if you want to later on reach out to us with an answer, a question that I'd like to pose your way is, with so many layers that they were dealing with in the narrative of this film. Yeah, what was your process like? What was it like for you emotionally, mentally, to decide it was the right time to create this piece so eloquently called 16? Yeah, basically, I'd like to hear from you, you know, in your words at some point, how you feel reflecting upon this journey that you embarked on to create this film, because it's so powerful on so many levels for us. It's both a piece of art, it's both a piece of storytelling, a piece of history. It's almost a piece of identification document. And I think it's really, really appreciated here. So we hope to hear from you later on. But thank you so much for submitting 16. It's quite a special piece of work. So thank you very much. Now, have a nice applause. Our moving on to the final full film that we're going to be sharing today is The Old Man Next Door. This is a film from New Zealand, 15 minutes, directly hitting the respect and remember themes. So we'll enjoy that. And if anyone from New Zealand, I'm not sure what your time zone is there right now. So if no one's there, then we won't take any personal offense. But if you're there, it would be lovely to speak to you about it. So we will see you in 15 minutes. Here we go.
Goes through the growth of the change in the Republican Party strength in the House, the Senate, state legislatures, governors, and it shows a huge jump up in '94 and no significant fallback. So you just went up this plateau.
Just leave it there. Go away.
Not yet.
We have to pay them.
Yvonne, enough! What's with this?
I hate it when you raise your voice.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
Whatever.
Mike, I didn't mean it. Please.
Hello?
Anyone home? Do you mind if I borrow a cup of sugar? Hi. The sugar was just an excuse. I thought I should apologize for scaring you before. We're just having some trouble settling in. Plus, I'm really busy with work. Study and exams are coming up, so sorry. Didn't mean to. I'm from next door. I don't think we've met, but I've seen you around sometimes. Does the light bother you? Would it be better if I came inside? Cup of tea? I take milk. 2 sugars. Here you go. I only moved in a few weeks ago, but I haven't seen you around much.
I don't go out. I just don't leave the house.
Oh.
You must be busy. Thanks for coming.
Maybe I could come again tomorrow?
Sorry, I can't do this.
One thing. And now this? You're crazy! No wonder you have to take so many fucking pills! I've tried it, Don. I really have. But I'm no saint.
You can't do this. Mike! Mike!
Help me. Won't you help me?
No! No, come back! Come back!
I wanted to give it back to you.
Give what back?
I know it isn't all that I owe you, but I promise I'll give you the rest when I get paid.
Are you alright?
I haven't been sleeping. I can't stop looking at our old photos. He used to listen to me. You know, all the time when we were first together. He was so sweet and kind. Sorry, I've been a little on edge since I stopped taking my meds.
Medication.
He'll come back to me if I'm not crazy. You'll see.
You can't do that. You should see your doctor first.
No, I don't. They won't understand. No one understands. He needs me and I need him. Can't you see that?
Have you got someone you can call? Like your mum or your dad?
No. My mum's dead. It was on the news just now. They're in my house at night, watching me. Their voices are in my head. Can you come over? Please? I'll make you some tea. Never mind.
Girl. Hey girl, are you okay?
You can't see me now.
Hey?
I said, all of you, leave me alone. What can you do? You can't help me, none of you can. Find the clues. Find the clues in the cracks. In the cracks, find the clues. Find the clues in the cracks, find the clues. They're hiding in the cracks, they're hiding. Find the clues. Find the clues in the cracks. Over there.
But you help me.
Don't come back.
Come here. Gil! Gil! I got you, Gil! 세상이 하나 고에 힘에 같이 돼버리라 오이데아 로하 팅아카우 데마투아
So here we are back, having just seen The Old Man Next Door, and I just wonder if anyone is going to raise a hand who has been part of this absolutely heart-wrenching short film. And if not, I will just say a couple of things, which is what baffles me the most is the natural performances that really deliver something layered and profound, and they are the driving force between the story kind of starting one way and ending in almost the opposite way. And I know that achieving a performance is not easy in the first place, let alone with dealing with things such as PTSD and related. And it's not easy at any time to be a veteran of any kind of conflict. And I say that coordinating a Legion Experience Museum right now, it's a difficult place to be. But the emotions are spilling out with this film. And every country in the world at some point has been involved in conflict, which is a sad thing, but it's a sad reality. And it's thanks to films like these that we were able to acknowledge and get a little bit closer to people who have experienced certain things that in many cases they are simply not able to speak about. So sometimes the film medium is that medium that helps people deal with the past and helps other people understand a little bit about what it's like to have gone through that yourself. So thank you for making this film, which is so important. Of all the history that I've learned about any conflict in history, I have heard very little about the New Zealand side of things. So seeing a veteran struggling so much, but seeing such humility of modern day, which sometimes we consider respectfully the more ignorant side of knowledge. This kind of merges the two with an embrace. And for that and many other reasons, it makes the film a very special film indeed. So thanks for having the courage to make it, and thanks for submitting it to us. And it's something that, again, it's not my first time watching this film, so I've got goosebumps all over. So that means that the storytelling was incredibly successful and emotional. So thanks for that. Again, if you wish to reach out to us after the festival. You're more than welcome to. We can have a conversation, especially in writing through social media. But this has really been something special. So thank you very much. And once again, we'll go. So the last thing that we have in line for the public screenings is a 1-minute trailer or teaser. It is a documentary. It speaks for itself. So we'll have that 1 minute, and then we'll go into the closing of the ceremony.
My name is Jonathan Victory. I've wanted to go to New Zealand since I first saw Lord of the Rings, so maybe this film can be a worthwhile record of what travel is like on the autistic spectrum, of what travel was like before the coronavirus pandemic, and of what travel can bring to people's lives. On Christmas Eve 2019, I finally arrived for a month in New Zealand. From there, we'd do a road trip to Rotorua and Hobbiton, before I travelled on by myself to Wellington and the South Island. To me, it is a special country, a far green country. I want to share my experience because I'm autistic, and the health challenges I faced on this trip might help explain autism, which is still a very misunderstood condition.
So thank you, Jonathan, for submitting A Far Green Country. I've seen the whole film and I think it's fantastic. I will give you your feedback independently, as every filmmaker will get, but it was an emotional roller coaster for an hour 15 minutes. I really decided that it was worthy to have a part of at this festival. You'll get the full feedback, but I really wanted to share it with the world and to share it with the folks in this room right now, because there are some profound messages to be taken from it. And obviously, I wish you every success with this film at every other festival where you submit it. It's totally worth a big audience. So that is the concluding screening for this third edition event. I'm just going to spend a few very brief seconds or minutes, whatever it comes to, just to announce the conclusion, the concluding results that I'll be quite honest, I had a very hard time putting together. Nevertheless, I don't personally believe in bests. I think every filmmaker who achieves something is the best in something for themselves. So I personally choose favorites. So I have a few runners-up. All of those who I list, including the runners-up, will be receiving their certificates. I will obviously be sending out, whether it's a certificate or something more, by post at a later date after the festival. Nevertheless, for all those who are following right now, our runners-up at this event, first of all, Fitting In. So a little round of applause for Fitting In, being a runner-up. Our second runner-up is Black Tilaf and Dhaka, short film. Our third runner-up is Distortion from Germany. Our fourth runner-up is South from the US. And our fifth and final runner-up is Overload from the UK. Well done to you folks. So starting with favorite youth film, I have received in this edition numerous films from young people, but none as young as age 13. And it's not only for your age that I commend your efforts. I think we all agree that your film was just fantastic and kind of a funny kind of rollercoaster ride. So favorite youth film goes to Breakdown. Favorite ASD film, Autism Spectrum Disorder film, goes to the one that is going to take a while to get out right from my mouth. 299.00 in brackets F 84.0 from Peru. Favorite experimental film. It's debatable whether it is experimental, but I guess you can plus it that as it being the only animation is Unnecessary Things from Ukraine. And on a side note, I really hope that this boosts you in these strange, uncertain times. We all stand with Ukraine. Next, favorite documentary film goes to another load from my mouth. Experience the Adirondacks, US. There you go. This is a new category that I added because I felt the film was totally worthy of it. So the category that I've most recently created is a favorite message of hope film. And that goes without doubt to Without Kerosene to Berlin. And winding down to the final three accolades, the favorite LGBT plus film definitely goes to 16. So thank you for that. And the next film it falls into two categories for awards. So the first category, to which obviously it was submitted, is favorite respect and remember, which is also the theme for the museum that we are co-running. I'll announce the second award for it in a second. So this film is The Old Man Next Door. But I decided that the same film actually goes for the overall favorite film for so many reasons, and part of those reasons you'll see in the review. So that means that The Old Man Next Door both has favorite respect and remember and favorite overall film. So, and the reason why I chose to add the trailer for A Far Green Country is because as a non-screening film in terms of the whole duration of the film, you get a special mention certificate for your efforts making the film that I'm sure was completely challenging. I think the results are fantastic, and the fact that you had a screening opportunity here for the trailer, it's a very small thing compared to your efforts, but therefore you get a certificate from us. So thank you everyone for submitting, and a little booster for all the favorites of the festival, which is again a very difficult decision to make overall, but thank you all. Now, to conclude the event, this third event, some of you may have noticed that the flyer and the advertisement state Film and Film Festival and Legion Experience Museum. Now, what we are doing with this museum is ultimately an educational endeavor to respect and remember conflicts, especially World War I, World War II, but kind of any conflict, including Ukraine currently, fits into that theme. And it being a multi-sensory, multimedia museum, we have created a couple of dioramas to essentially tell two individual stories about two different settings. Now, I'm aware that all those watching through Zoom obviously do not get the physical experience that those in this room are about to get. So what I have done is, as we installed the dioramas yesterday, I have put together a couple of short videos, which essentially, as a handheld camera point of view, gives you the experience almost as if you were here of those two stories. So Tasia will be sharing her screen with these two short films. The themes are the home and journalism. They come with sound effects that were compiled by a lot of research that our colleague Mitchell Daniels put together, which I edited. And obviously I have a little two labels with a bit of writing about each theme, and they will be automatically played at the beginning of the videos so that you get a sense. So you've got the label, the video, which is rough handheld from my side, but with the nice sound effects of that kind of transport you into that era. And for the folks on Zoom, it's roughly 2 minutes per video to conclude this edition. For the folks live here, we will take them into the room and show them in person. But the difference is not much, it's mostly the amount of time. So yeah, that concludes everything. I will add just one final thing for the folks on Zoom, which is the museum is something of, and it has an educational element even for kids. So it just happens that my son is 5 years old, and when we were putting together dioramas, he was particularly inspired and he wanted to create his own one. And almost kind of wishful thinking, he said, can you put mine in there as well? If it was any other museum, I would have had a nice little excuse to say, lovely work, but not quite suitable. The fact is that when we open this place as a museum, we do intend to have children coming in and learning what they can and contributing in their own way artwork. Now, because it was a last minute thing, I haven't got a video, but we will be submitting that to uploading it to social media. So you'll be able to enjoy Keanu's little diorama as well, which features a pirate ship. As funny as it is, it does have direct links to the conflict theme, and therefore I thought it was very relevant. So you'll enjoy those. You'll enjoy the first two videos right now of the official dioramas, and then separately on social media, the one that Keanu put together. And aside from that, from all of us here at the Legion 286 in Toronto, thank you very much for joining us, and that is the conclusion.
For the first time as Prime Minister, in a solemn hour for the life of our country, of our empire, of our allies, and above all, of the cause of freedom. A tremendous battle is raging in France and Flanders. The Germans, by a remarkable combination of air bombing and heavily armored tanks, have broken through the French defenses north of the Maginot Line, and strong columns of their armored vehicles are ravaging the open country, which for the first day or two was without defenders. For myself, I have invincible confidence in the French army and its leaders. Only a very small part of that splendid army has yet been heavily engaged. And only a very small part of France has yet been engaged. eine deutsche Stadt.
Danzig was and is a German city.
Alle diese Gebiete verdanken ihre kulturelle Erschließung ausschließlich dem deutschen Volk.
All these regions have only Germany to thank for their cultural development.
Underneath the lantern by the barricade, darling, I remember the way you used to wait. 'Twas there that you whispered tenderly that you loved me, you'd always be my lily of the lamplight, my own Lily Marlene. Time would come for roll call, time for us to part. Darling, I'd caress you and press you to my heart.
Midnight News, and this is Alvar Liddell reading it. Up to 10 o'clock, 175 German aircraft had been destroyed in today's raids over this country. Today was the most costly for the German Air Force for nearly a month. In daylight raids, between 350 and 400 enemy aircraft were launched in 2 attacks against London and southeast England. About half of them were shot down. It was officially announced that by 10 o'clock tonight, 175 raiders were known to have been destroyed by our fighters and anti-aircraft guns.
Resting in a billet just behind the line, even though we're parted, your lips are close to mine. You wait where that lantern softly gleams, your sweet face seems to haunt my dreams.
Germany calling, Germany calling, Germany calling. Here are the Reichsender Ambush, Station Bremen, and Station DXB on the 31-meter band.